Good morning. It's May 18th. It's trial day 18. And today might be a bit slower because we have video depositions, everybody's favorite. Just to clarify for those of you that are new and new to watching this trial or new to being a law nerd, first of all, welcome. Thank you. Replay crew, thank you. There will be links down below of everything that we are talking about. But today we are starting with Raquel Rocky Pennington. No, not the MMA fighter. Amber Heard's former best friend. Yesterday, at the beginning of her deposition, Raquel said, when asked about why they aren't friends anymore, she said, I wouldn't consider her a friend. I wouldn't consider her not a friend. And she said, we don't speak, but we are not enemies. These feel slow. The party that called the deposition, which is normally the opposite party of whose witness it is. So in this case, this is an Amber Heard witness calling the opposite party witness, Raquel. So Depp's team calling Raquel. You will see that that team will ask the questions first. So that's almost like their cross-examination happening first. And then you will get to the side whose witness it is, the friendly side, if you will, the side whose witness it is. And they will be the ones then asking more direct question or leading questions like a cross-examination. So that's what you're going to hear in this depo. The things I'm looking for is what Rocky says about some of these incidents. What we did not see yesterday when Amber Heard's friend Io testified is any statement that he was so concerned about the injuries he regularly saw on Amber. And I don't think we're going to see that from Rocky either. And won't that be interesting? I know that one of our law tubers, Runkle of the Bailey, is back in the court somewhere today. We talked to him yesterday from line. Yesterday finished up a fiery cross-examination and a disastrous redirect. But today, there will be a live witness. We believe it will be Amber Heard's sister, Whitney. There have been some objections to Whitney. She never finished her deposition. So we do not know what kind of objections will be drawn when Whitney testifies. So I imagine we will finish Raquel's testimony video depo. And then see, it's already queued up in court. She's sitting right there. You can see it on the screens. That's ready to go. Once we finish Raquel's testimony, I imagine we will go to live testimony from Whitney. And I just have to say a huge thank you, law nerds. We are at like 396,000 subscribers here. We were the top 3 most viewed live stream on the platform in the US yesterday, beating out most of the major news outlets. And that is just incredible to me. I appreciate you for being here. Oh, preliminary matters. Wait, no. Why can't I hear you today, Judge A? Oh, hold on. This is why I can't hear. I can't hear. Oh, there we go. Judge A asked for any preliminary matters. Didn't hear any. Thank you so much, you guys, for clocking where Runkle is. So preliminary matters are probably going to be talking about potentially what witnesses we have coming up. Here's the thing we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of tension between Amber Heard and her legal team. I do not have any love lost for Elaine Umbridge. You know that I don't. Yes, her last name is Bredehoff. Yes, I know that. But the style of cross and the way she came out hot for numerous people in this trial and the way she almost mocked them and kind of talked down to them and the way she did her opening statement put me off at the beginning. But I really feel badly for her because this lack of client control over Amber Heard is not only apparent, but it is absolutely apparent on the stand, but it's got to be uncomfortable for Elaine. But I think it led her down a path where she is doing things she wouldn't normally do, like mocking Johnny Depp. I put that short, it will be on the Shorts channel later, but it is up on TikTok and on Instagram, where she's saying, "You will never look at my eyes again." Elaine, what the fuck, man? Like, be a professional. With that, I should say hello to everybody coming in. I should roll the intro. Let me know where you're coming in from so we can say hello. I have a mega pint of coffee and we need to just get going. I've talked so much. But we'll have plenty of time to talk during these video depots. Don't you worry. I will try to wait until they break. Video depots don't have as many breaks, and then we will chat at the break. So let's go. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. And they are still up at sidebar. I will be doing my best to answer questions today. But again, deposition. These are video depositions. They are recorded. They are questioning by the attorneys. And I've said this before. I think Bredehoft is... George, you're causing chaos. You're knocking over tripods and things. My cat. George is causing chaos. I'm surprised she's not in all white. Look, the hair's back down today. It's very soft. Weird. I expect video depots. I was talking about video depots, and then I wanted to say hi to everybody. Hi. Video depots. Both sides are present. They ask the questions generally on the same day. They can go over day to day. They are recorded. They can come into court in place of live testimony. But in video depots, they generally ask questions in this kind of what, if any, lazier style, but it's a video depot. The point of these depots is not necessarily to use them as testimony. The point is to find out if there's more discovery, to find out what else you need, that sort of thing. It's not generally a replacement for trial, but because this trial is in, yes, George is causing chaos today. He's in the window. This is his time of day in the office. Because this case is in Virginia and a lot of these witnesses are out of state, it's very difficult to subpoena them and drag them into court across the country. There is not easily jurisdiction federally. This is a state case, not a federal case. If it was federal court, it'd be a little different. Here in the US, we have two different court systems, each state by state, and then a federal court system. You're all like, America, that's a lot of courts. It sure is. It sure is. And you have to be admitted to them differently. It's a whole situation over here with our court system. But that is why it is hard to bring some of these parties that maybe are unwilling to come in. And what we're already seeing is IO saying, Amber Heard finds cocaine abhorrent. She would never do cocaine. My summary, not her words, his words, Amber's words, abhorrent. Not Io's words or Amber's words. Amber said she found it like disgusting or something like that. She had other strong language for cocaine. But then we're seeing Raquel Pennington testify, who is saying, no, we've done coke together. And we've heard that from, they're trying to bring in different depot exhibits, it looks like. Then we had different testimony from Raquel that they have done cocaine together. It looks like she's taking a selfie. I'm sure that's not what's happening, but it just looks like the beginning of this depot is her with her phone. This is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing her with her phone like this. It just looks like she's taking a selfie. That can't be what's happening on the screen, but that's what it looks like to me. In Serbia, currently on vacation in Montenegro. Well, welcome, Giovanna. So with those video depots, we're going to see from both sides, they are a little bit slow. They are meant to be a discovery exploration. But again, these might be unwilling witnesses. And doesn't that say something if her closest friends are unwilling? And doesn't that maybe support, again, what Dr. Curry said? And Amber tried to say the reason James Franco was coming over is because she needed her support network.
Good morning, ladies and
gentlemen. But everyone was living with her. All of her friends.
Remember, we were in the middle of a witness last evening, so we'll continue with her testimony, okay?
Judge A, just say I apologize. This will be boring AF. I hope you had coffee. Did you see Ms.
Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
Yes.
How soon after she arrived back from Australia did you see her?
Australia.
I believe it was immediately upon her return.
Did you
and she visited you in your apartment
have any
at the Eastern Columbia building? Is that right?
Yes.
Any injuries?
You testified that you observed injuries on Ms. Heard on this occasion. Good. Is that right?
What are they?
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms.
That's what Ben King said too.
And yeah, there were very, very deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms.
Like they were from glass or like they were from a knife? Because I have questions. Yeah, no fear of not being clocked for having mascara
Do you
tears
see her feet?
today.
At first, when she came over, she had shoes on. And then
Did you see her
She
feet?
showed me her feet. Yeah.
What specifically do you recall seeing on Miss Heard's feet?
They were just they were cut. It was smaller cuts than the ones on her arms.
Interesting.
Were both feet cut?
It's the first we've heard anyone see those cuts on her feet.
I don't remember if it was both or one.
You testified
is it
that Miss
white?
Heard told
It
you that
looked
she got
cream.
these injuries from glass, from broken bottles. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not in Australia with Miss Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington?
I was not in Australia.
So your only understanding as to how Miss Heard sustained these injuries is what she told you, right?
That is my understanding.
You
Doesn't look
testified
all
that you
white to me.
attended a Thanksgiving dinner with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in November of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this dinner was held in Penthouse 5 at the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Camille was amazing yesterday. No one should be irate with her.
Yes.
And just for clarification, Penthouse 5 was not Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's primary residence, correct?
It's so hard
All
to keep your
of
penthouses
the
straight.
Penthouses are connected.
Oh,
Mr. Depp and Miss Heard lived in Penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Well, technically, they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
Where did they have their bedroom? In which penthouse?
Their bedroom was in
they lived in
3.
all of them. Yeah, I hate
Who
that
attended
too.
this Thanksgiving dinner?
That's the court audio with the feedback.
I think that, well, Josh, myself, Amber, Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends. I think Amber's dad was there. Jack, Johnny's son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
The closed
Do you
captioning, oh,
recall
that was
what
my
time
fault.
you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
What happened on Thanksgiving?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
So you didn't have like a Thanksgiving dinner where everybody sat? What happened? We have
Did
questions.
you see Mr. Depp at some point leave
Wow.
the dinner?
I don't remember him leaving. I remember noticing
It's gotta
that
be
he was gone.
No, I've done it, but it's weird watching yourself like
Did you see
question
where
witness
Mr. Depp
with your
left
client.
to, where he went?
I either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Miss Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What was she drinking?
Red wine.
Did she seem drunk when she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
She never seemed drunk magically.
Did you observe any injuries to Miss Heard when she returned?
No.
I didn't notice, but I'll look.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes. I do remember that Amber changed clothes.
They had a costume
Do you
change at
remember anyone
Thanksgiving.
that was still there when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself.
That's fair with George that the mischief was managed.
David Heard. And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
I feel a little bad for Elaine.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Oh, that was it. The bottle of wine.
Did I testify that?
That's what
Yeah.
she's asking you, but
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
and again, this is why the digital
How did you
version
get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
is stronger than the print version. Because some people might find this throwing
I
of bottles
went
abusive.
Upstairs in penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to penthouse 3. The bedroom was also on the top story, and all the way through and around.
Cheers, Rebecca.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
I think there was wine.
Look at that at the break.
Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine on the bed and on the ground.
Do you remember whether
She
that
does not
bottle of
remember
wine was
that.
broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
Glass everywhere. All right. In the bedroom.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
Well, is it on the bed or is it
What
everywhere?
kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Oh, because it was Amber's
Was
wine.
it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of
Hello to Candace's son.
Eleanor Finney, I believe.
Apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
You just know that a bottle was thrown.
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle. True?
She could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any. No.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Yep, her
Do you have
definitely
any
has more
independent
makeup on today.
recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
She had to testify in the divorce proceeding too?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
Depo is testimony.
She's
It's
not
Do you
sworn.
remember?
I remember the depo, but it was a very long depo and a lot of topics were covered.
No wonder she seems over it. I
So,
wonder how many she's
Do you
given.
remember during Depo testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner? Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specifics of the testimony.
And when there's objections, you guys can watch the timer.
So
They cut things so you can watch it.
videographer,
Clock
would
forward.
you mind or tech pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
Stand by.
July 14, 2016, it's volume 2.
Yes, you can have your own lawyer present in a depo to advise you because the lawyers doing the depo can't advise you. They just question you. And what about for in-person testimony? Generally not, unless there is
Where
some
am I, looking
concern
in the
of
document?
perjury or
If
Fifth
you could
Amendment,
please scroll down to page 238.
and then they can be in the courtroom
Ms.
if
Pennington,
they're
if you
needed.
could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23. And if you could read to yourself through page 240, line 18.
Oh God, don't make us sit here. Edit out while she reads. Oh no, they didn't. Depos are going to be a bit slogging. I mean, I don't know what she said about the foot cut. She said little scratches on the foot. This is Camille doing the questioning.
Sorry, it's just
This is Camille questioning
I don't
Rocky.
have like the scrolly things.
You can do page down. You can do this now.
I know this is said with just in love. We will seize the throne of LawTube today. We are coming for the throne of LawTube. We're coming for it. This is her friend, Rocky Pennington, her best friend at the time. It was interesting, though, because she was described by Amber Heard as her best friend. And then she was like, basically, I guess we were close. She distanced herself from the idea that they were best friends in her testimony yesterday afternoon. Depos are slow. I will try to fill in commentary when we have breaks like this. Why the fuck they didn't edit this out is probably a choice to show that she was rereading
What line am I reading down
testimony.
Page 240, line 18.
I think Amber's sister will be the next witness on the stand. I think so. So far today, no one's mentioned Marilyn Manson. We're going to keep track. I like that the lawyer's just casually eating lunch. I imagine this is actually the exact time. It's noon. These are regular parts of civil litigation, depositions. It's a lot more common than going to trial. The reason Camille moved seats is because when you're the attorney doing the objections and doing the questioning, you sit closest to the podium where that mic is that they can turn off and on. She's been sitting next to Depp when she's not in the action, I guess, when she's not the batter that's up. I don't know. My sports ball analogies are going to get mixed, but when she's not the
So you
one
testified at your deposition
doing
that
the
after Mr.
actual
Depp and
questioning
Ms.
in
Heard
court.
returned to dinner, Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing happened. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
George is like, no,
Is
I
that
don't
an
go on
accurate
camera.
description of what you observed, Mr. Depp?
Can't
that
hear yourself
evening?
early, Emily. It's cool. It's only,
This description?
78,000 people watching.
Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
It's fair.
And you couldn't tell if he was drunk, correct?
I couldn't tell.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive
Correct.
him being angry in front of you that evening?
Good luck.
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say
Rocky's
that Mr. Depp
over
did
it.
not seem angry to you when he came downstairs after the Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
You testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out?
Oh, we've
of the back
switched
of her head?
incidents. I missed it.
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
It was, it wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
She just said it was raw and
Yes.
red, but it wasn't dripping. What else would you like?
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
Thank you, Paula.
There
I'll try
was
not
a
to curse too
bloody
much.
patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
This is her lawyer who's sitting
Maybe
there
like the
in case it's
upper
needed.
bridge.
Did you observe that Miss Heard had any black eyes?
So the upper bridge of Heard's nose was red
Not that I recall.
and swollen.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
She just went, "Ugh."
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Did you take a picture of it?
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Miss Heard's forehead?
Laceration means cut.
There were many times that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury was
Sorry.
in which instance, then I can answer the question.
That's the first witness for Amber that has said that.
So you testified that Miss Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
It's a good question.
Up by the hairline.
Was it on the right or left side?
Probably acting like these are hard because it's a long time ago. She's done this multiple times
I
and
don't
doesn't want to be
remember.
there. So it's not hard.
Was
It's
the
annoying.
laceration bleeding?
Well, Octo, you're the best friend. That's why you
I don't think so.
Sitting here today, did you observe any other injuries to Miss Heard that evening that you remember?
No.
I think
If we can
she's
go back to Ms.
going to try to
Pennington's witness
say
statement in the United Kingdom. That
there were
would be great.
too many times that there were injuries. And because there were too many times there were injuries, then she can't remember which incident because they're all blending together. But then you stayed living there with him. If she was injured so
in
often,
paragraph 20,
would you feel
Ms.
comfortable
Pennington
living there?
testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from
UK
a private
testimony.
nurse who was part of the concierge medical service, which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
So she called Nurse Filati.
Yes.
Is Erin Barem the private nurse you're referring to here?
Barem's name is now Filati.
Yes.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Barem?
Oh, did you see that big old G-Shock watch?
Um,
This was recorded in 2022. What?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Barem coming over to the penthouses that night as well?
That's Nurse Filati. Her name has changed.
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Barem providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
That's the concussion check.
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech. Keep an eye on her.
And you did that?
Thank you.
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15, 2015, you took pictures of Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you
well,
send these photographs?
I still have
I don't know
G-Shock
if it
watches
was
too.
on my phone or her phone.
I love them.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Oh, that's a lot left. This is how
Do you
depots
recall
are.
sending the photographs to anyone?
This is opposing
No.
party.
Do you recognize this photograph?
She's been advised to just answer what's
Yes.
asked. Ooh, the bed photo. She's been advised to just answer what's
Amber's
asked.
face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
So this is, again,
Okay. I'm going
Just
to show you a document that was
answer what
marked
you're asked. Don't
Pennington
offer
Exhibit
more
3.
information.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did
Is
you
that
take
the-
this photograph?
Bloody scalp.
Yes.
Oh, the
What is
jury's
this photograph
going to be
depicting?
bored. Yeah, what is this photo?
The part of her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
Y'all, chat, do you see it? Let me know.
You've testified previously that you
No, she
photographed
was
a big
subpoenaed.
clump of hair on the floor, which is blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
What?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
There is new information here.
Penthouse 5.
She used penthouse 5 as a closet? What?
How did you know that
The whole
hair
penthouse?
clearly belonged to Amber?
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp, and it was
Did we know
her color
this?
on the floor of her
I didn't know this.
apartment.
But you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Not new. I didn't know
Correct.
this.
And so your understanding that this was Ms. Heard's hair
Just
that
the
was
top
ripped
level of
out
the
of her
penthouse.
head was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
I don't think the weed closet is going to be
My
the,
understanding that it
in the
was
clothes
Miss Heard's hair
closet.
was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
I was very tired yesterday afternoon, and her testimony was boring.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
Yes, and common sense.
If we could
In
pull
common
up
sense, that got
Pennington
cut
Exhibit
real
7,
quick.
please. Ms. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
This the
Oh.
picture of a clump of hair on the
Zara,
floor
if
that
it's
you
a
referenced
TikTok,
in your
just send
prior
it to me on
testimony?
TikTok. I'll see it. I don't go on Facebook
Yes.
very much.
This the picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony?
Part of that is the video
Objection
depo.
vague.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
I think we can get to 400K shortly. I think we'll get there
Yes.
this morning.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs,
When
And
did you
didn't
take
alter
this?
this photo in any way, correct?
When I took the
I
other
did
ones.
not alter this photo.
Did you stage this photo? Because altering the photo and staging the photo are different.
Do you
Happy
recall
birthday, Michelle. Feel better.
taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed
Let's
frame?
talk about the bed. Let's talk about the bed.
I do.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't use a knife to
You
pry
didn't
off
move anything off or onto the bed?
part of it?
No.
Didn't put a knife on it?
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
It's so interesting.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
They call the bed broken. I look at that and
4.
I'm like, it's splintered. Like it's splintered.
In which
Why
room?
is it like the way they
The bedroom.
dramatically said broken feels like it's so much bigger and
I'm
you
going
see
to
it
show
and
you
you're
a
like, it's
document that will
splintered.
be marked Pennington Exhibit 8.
Like it's that. Do you consider
Bears
like,
the base number Pennington 5.
I don't know. Maybe I've seen
Do
too
you
many crime
recognize the
scenes, but
photograph, Ms. Pennington?
that feels
Yes.
splintered.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the
hair's weird.
mattress and the comforter. There appears to be something on the bed.
Oh, there we go. They've clocked the pocket knife
Is it
right here.
possible to zoom in?
Yes, let's. Please zoom in. Do it in court too. That has to be awkward because the camera's right where you need to look. It's splintered, right? I mean, when I think broken bed, if I've described being assaulted on
You
the
see in
bed to the
picture
point where
there
the bed
appears to be something on the
breaks,
bed.
Yes.
this is not it. The knife is right
Is this
there
something
on
that
the
was already
bed,
there when you found the bed?
right here.
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
Yeah, this feels splintered,
And you
chipped.
don't know what that is.
No.
See, if y'all think her attitude sucks, the jury might as well.
So I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
We need to watch Law and Lumber's video together. He explains why the knife might be there and how the bed splintered like that,
Which
makes the knife
testify?
not strange.
Which testification?
Which testification?
Oh, today.
Did you see the
the next
lawyer
day,
laugh?
yes.
Which testification?
And you were with Ms. Heard when she was getting ready for the show
That's
at her
the
apartment,
best part
true?
of this morning.
True.
All right, we're up to the
And was
James
this
Corden
in
show.
Penthouse 3?
It would be which testimony, by the way?
5.
you
Where the
remember
closet
that
is.
Samantha, Melanie, and Adair were there assisting Miss Heard getting ready?
Oh, a deer's a name, not like a
Yes.
doe, a deer, a
Who is
female
Samantha?
deer.
Samantha
Great.
is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
And who is Adair?
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
No.
Did you hear Miss Heard tell anyone?
She
of these
gave
people about her injury.
testimony in the UK
I remember
too.
her showing the injuries.
To them?
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adair the missing hair on her head.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Miss Heard's birthday in April of 2016.
They asked her about extensions yesterday, and she had worn extensions at some point. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's LA and she's an actress.
You
I
remember
didn't
that
see a
after
hairbrush
Miss
in there.
Heard's birthday dinner, you and Miss Heard and some other friends were
You have a very
scheduled to
smart
leave
child,
Coachella the day after.
Yes.
So after the dinner, I
Any
know you
Cosmo
attended
girl
the
would have
dinner,
known,
but
Nikki.
after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Miss Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
It makes me want to sing
kind of
Walking on
glass
Broken
was it?
Glass, but that feels too cheeky.
I don't know.
You tell where it comes from?
Karen, yes, this is why it feels weird. Broken absolutely means you're not like climbing in and going
I
to
couldn't
bed that
tell where it
night.
had come from.
Splintered.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there was a broken lamp.
Miss Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Miss Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
If she disparages the dog too, I'm going to lose it. Boo has problems. So rude.
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Oh, fair question.
Yes.
Did she look upset?
Who?
When I arrived,
The dog?
Yes.
she was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
I started
Now
crying
let's
last
turn to the
night.
events of May 21.
I was watching
2016.
part of
Okay. At some point, did Miss Heard tell you that
Greatest
Mr.
Showman.
Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some
It
stuff
Happens.
on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
Rocky's a mood this morning.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Miss Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So,
Yep. The hair does
Do
not
you
look pulled out
recall-
from the root.
knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building
She talked about those already.
on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff.
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Were Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing?
The
Miss Pennington?
beads.
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
I'm getting confused between the penthouses. I need a map. I know there was one provided earlier.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
Sometime after Ms. Heard left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Where was Mr. Drew?
Her boyfriend at the time, husband at the time, significant other at the
With
time.
me in PH1.
And where was Miss Mars?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
I feel like these are adult rich people dorms. Like they're all just jumping around between dorm rooms.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you hear when you went straight over to page 3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
For sure cheaper than college dorms because they were
When you
living for
went
free.
to Penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
She's looking at the Zoom call.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Yep, Rocky, all of us.
Do you recall the door being locked? to
She is
Penthouse
bored
3
and done.
When you got there?
She's all of those things. She's had to do this
The door was
numerous
always locked.
times for a friend that she's not friends with anymore.
Did you have a key?
I don't blame her.
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door? Feels like a text-based role play game. Use the key.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected. Is that correct?
Thank you, Josephine.
Correct.
And so you can get from penthouse 5 to penthouse 3 without going out the main hallway. Is that right?
Correct.
When you entered penthouse 3, only Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the penthouse, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but like the friend group from
Do you know where Mr.
Jawbreakers or
Depp is
Heather's. Like,
Yes.
not even
Where was
Regina
he?
George style.
In the
Like
living
90s
room.
style.
What part of the living room?
Like the plastics are too fluffy for this group of friends.
The sort of like the entry, like the in between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Ms. Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
Yeah, during none of these
And were they approximately how far
photos
apart?
are consistent with the way things are described.
Uh,
All of the penthouses are depths. He bought all of them.
8 feet, 10 feet.
I don't know if they're cool enough to be the craft.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Well, I'm glad you're here, Lauren.
Yes.
What's
If only
first
for
thing
the audio.
You remember, Ms. Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
Oh, maybe because Whitney's going to testify today.
The first thing I remember was
Same. And yes, the jury's struggling if we're struggling. They're going to try, but they're struggling if we're
just
struggling.
hearing them.
They're going to be
I don't
looking around the
remember what they
courtroom.
were saying, but it was verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
Where was Mr. Depp? when
Yeah,
you stepped between
Amber's
them?
outfit looks very much like Rocky's outfit.
The sofa
agree.
is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape. Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
Ooh, Cruel Intentions does add the aspect of cocaine. So, yes.
At some
And
point,
maybe a
Mr. Depp's
conspiracy of some
security team
sort.
came in. Is that correct?
Allegedly.
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beth?
Yes.
Security.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know why it wasn't mentioned that Io was at Thanksgiving. She didn't mention Marilyn Manson either.
Mr. Depp eventually left Penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
And he left you and Ms. Heard in Penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered House 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Heard?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
Yes. Oh, we binged.
I didn't see him throw anything
Oh.
at her.
That's a big bing.
What did you do after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3?
We took Amber to
I still love a
Penthouse
G-Shock.
1.
I was just surprised by it.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
Yeah, it's inconsistent between what
What
happened.
did you do once you and Miss Heard got back to Penthouse 1?
Interesting. Oh, that's a good movie.
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in Penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this.
Did you see it?
On his
There
way
we
out,
go.
he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that.
They had a fruit basket? I'm teasing.
Uh,
Fruit basket in the kitchen.
That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
It's very true. We should feel bad for Rocky.
You also observed
All sarcasm
injuries to Ms.
intended.
Heard's face, correct?
Though this would be very stressful. Like, this would be very stressful, having to do this over and over and over again.
Yes.
What did
Being-
you see?
Being involved in litigation sucks.
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Beck, I don't go anywhere when the trial's over.
Do you recall
I'll
when
still
you
be
noticed
here streaming about other
her
shit.
cheek?
No.
I won't disappear. Just for a few
But you
days.
didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
Was she crying with that
At
redness?
some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
That's fair.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
So we're up to the police being called and
I don't
coming.
remember.
That's where we were.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
PH3.
Did you see Ms. Heard speak to the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Yes.
They look around penthouse 3?
They
Yes.
testified they did.
Did they enter penthouse 5, the first set of police officers?
Yep. Amber
not
said
sure.
they cleaned up. She said she doesn't remember.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I do too.
I don't remember exactly.
As a YouTuber, I want to edit out
Do you
all
have
the
an
pauses,
approximation of how much time had passed? An hour or 2?
but that affects the tenor of the
Uh-huh.
testimony to edit out the
Less
pauses.
than 3.
The jury needs to see
3 hours?
less than 3 hours.
Less than 3.
It's a long time between officers.
In this time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
I feel like if you were cleaning up after that type of a fight, it might stick out in your mind.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking to either
Horrible things
of
are
the
alleged to have
second set of
happened.
officers?
Speaking to the second set of officers.
No, I don't remember. She did or not.
And it was brief.
Did these officers, the second set, look around penthouse 3?
I think she's looking at, this is a depo over Zoom. I think she's looking
I
at the
can't guess,
screen
so I don't know.
and looking at who's
Ms.
talking.
Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
What?
Did you ever witness Mr.
Girl.
Right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Objection asked and answered.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions.
Oh.
So we'll play that, but maybe we just approach to
Sure.
just get straight on some exhibits, please.
Okay.
Let's get straight on some exhibits. I'm going to answer some questions and I'm going to take a look real quick. I think we are almost at 400K. And if I see it, I might put the sub counter up. We are a few. Hold on. Well, they're talking about exhibits. Let's see if I can do this quickly and show you guys where we are at. And then I will answer a few questions if we can before they come back. I'm leaving the audio up so that we have that. But let me take a look real quick so you guys can see it. If you subscribe, you'll be actually able to see it. Click over because I still have live subscribe, but also if people unsubscribe, able to see it. Always the difficulty about putting up the live sub counter. But there, I took myself out. That's not what I meant to do. But there we are. I can still hear court. You guys can see that. We are almost at 400K with 96,000 law nerds watching. Thank you so much. I find the numbers very satisfying. We're going to answer some questions. I called the police one time during the fight between parents. I remember everything, extreme clarity. Oh my God, you guys, even though it was 3 decades ago, even the cleaning up. Oh my God, you guys. that happened faster than anticipated. Thank you. We're just gonna keep that up for a minute. Did we see Camille question Whitney? Different lawyers. That was Camille questioning, and then we're gonna switch to Rottenborn questioning. You guys, this is crazy to watch. Thank you so much for your support. That's a big bang. Absolutely. Thank you for the support. Why would Rocky help Amber clean up if JD did the damage? Because that's her friend. And if they're trying not to talk to the police when the police come over, that's why. Okay, we need to go back to court. I'll pull this up again later. You guys, that's crazy. Thank you. I mean, it's going to click right back over again.
Are we ready to start?
Yes, sorry.
You guys, thank you.
Yeah.
Back to video depots. The sub numbers were frankly much more exciting today. I'm happy to have all of you here. Law nerds, thank you. I'm kind of shook. Is Amber being styled for this? It feels like it. The jacket screams, I can't be bothered. I think the jacket and the cream look like what Rocky's wearing in depot.
Testified
different
a number
day.
of times about
Different day, different outfit.
some of the events that we touched on yesterday, right?
Different day, different outfit.
Yes.
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
This is Rottenborn questioning.
And is all of your prior
Why not wear the
sworn
jacket?
testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other?
Oh,
And
we
by
were
that,
trying-
I mean on behalf of Amber
We
or
were
on
pushing
behalf
for
of Johnny.
100K.
No.
So are you lying? No.
Would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
Any other time that you can remember?
She's technically adverse to Depp, but that's a legal conclusion.
Not specifically, no.
She's trying to say she has no ill will.
Was there a name for what you describe as Mr. Depp's different self?
That's leading.
Yes.
Oh, he
What was
gets
that
ladies on
We
crosses.
called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us. Me, Johnny, Amber, and anyone else in the inner circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
You heard him refer to this other
Thank
version
you,
of himself
Natalie.
as the monster directly?
It's good to see you, lady.
Either heard or
Thank you.
saw it written in a text.
Did you receive texts from Mr. Depp referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
Much more makeup today for Amber
But you
Heard.
do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly
She's not-
referring to himself as the monster.
She's not going to be on the stand today.
Yes.
No risk of
And
not
why did you do
having
that?
makeup running down her face.
She asked for my help.
Oh, there's a little emotion there.
And over the course of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
Go back to the video depot. I actually want to see the emotion.
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny.
That's more emotion than Amber showed throughout this
He's
entire
my friend
thing.
too.
Her voice
And I really
cracked.
wanted them to be able to get it together.
Just like Elaine.
Why were you scared for Amber?
It could be very unpredictable. And she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean she would taunt him? What do you mean by she didn't have a lot of self-preservation? What do you mean?
Specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
What do you mean by that? This is a different day, and these
In the
depots get
beginning,
cut. So the
I wasn't
depots get
worried.
cut in time. So
Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident,
I'll check it out.
I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
They all say accidentally. All of them.
When you talk about abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Did you observe physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
Yes.
You testified a little bit yesterday about an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
Oh, we did. We did that, Linda. That happened a few minutes
Tell
ago.
me as best you can
I might be
everything that you
behind
remember about that.
We did that.
We were sitting around the campfire. I don't remember who the larger group was.
Oh, we're back to the trailer park in
And
Hicksville.
Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign, two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out. And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way. And a switch flipped when that happened. And
It's like he got mad.
Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going.
They both
And
talk about him joking.
And then at some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to
Well, that's speculative.
diffuse the situation.
If he's so abusive, why do they always think he's joking when he says stuff
Did
like
you
this?
perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way?
If he's
toward Ms.
abusive
Heard?
and he just switches, why do they always
No.
assume that he's joking?
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
If he's unpredictable and abusive,
Just now.
Yeah.
wouldn't you
now.
just assume that he's
Yeah.
pissed?
Was it surprising to you to see?
No.
And why not?
He switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Johnny would be acting like his wonderful
Yeah, she said yesterday there was no wrist
for a
grab.
certain portion of
So I can't imagine she's
an
going to say
occasion
it today
where
because
people were hanging out, or
yesterday she said there was none.
sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
And I think that she was genuinely scared for her friend based on what her friend was telling her. These are two different days, different subject
What do you
matter,
recall?
maybe.
And we'll get to
Yep, she was so afraid of him. She
specific instances
lived
a little bit. But when you say
right
his
next
mood
door.
would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
Can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he
The
would
memory
go
improving seems
away
to
from
happen when you're
where the
being
rest of the
questioned
people
by
were.
the friendly side.
Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
The lenses are linked in the description.
Tell us about the next
Frames are
morning at
Dolce
Hicksville,
and Gabbana.
what you saw and observed.
I went
They already did. They
to
went first, Kathy. Depp's
the
team
trailer to
questioned
go
her
knock on the
first
door.
yesterday and then this morning. So this is now Rottenborn questioning.
I think they had already left though.
No blood. There's no blood
I went
in any
in.
of those photos.
Saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
She said it yesterday.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
I mean, they could be. It would be a silly thing to fake if you're
Over
a
the
friend.
course of you've known
It's
Miss
a-
Heard
it's
since
not-
2003,
There's nothing
right?
wrong with that.
Yes.
Have you ever known her to knock light fixtures off a wall?
Absolutely
No.
possible, Samantha.
Have you ever known her to
And it happens.
throw pillows and cushions off couches?
Have you known Amber Heard to throw shit? This is where we're at.
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
There are two.
Yes.
Amber Heard said it happened to this
I'd like
the
to
flight attendant or the
fast forward a
stewardess
little bit in time
on the airplane with
Miss
the
Pennington
MDMA.
to
and said it happened in the Hicksville trailer park.
an episode that we
She
talked about
said
yesterday.
it happened to two people.
To some extent. Do you remember?
Thank you to the 100,000 of you that are here.
being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show
Generally,
in December 2015?
so this is James Corden show.
Yes.
The bailiff would go up and tap them on the shoulder, or generally, I've
What do
seen
you
another juror will kind of
remember?
gently
And I know this is
let them know that they've fallen asleep.
painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of
Rottenborn sounds so concerned about it being
what you
painful and
recall
emotional.
from that time period.
From the night before,
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but tell us everything you remember.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night, watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Watching her to make sure she didn't win.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
It's so late. I mean, it's cross, but
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
no, he asked why would you, not why wouldn't you. That he asked why would you. Can you
Ms.
answer why would
Pennington,
you? Why can't you answer why would you? I was scared
a
for my
few
friend.
selected
I wanted to
pictures
call the
yesterday.
police. I wanted her to leave.
I'm going to show you a number
Why
of
don't you have an
pictures,
answer to why you took pictures? Is it because she told
today,
you to? I don't understand
that
that.
we need
Why
to
wouldn't I
go
is not an
through
answer
and,
to that question.
I'll
You would have thoughts and
ask you
feelings
some
around you
questions
did
about
it.
Okay.
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
You would have
Yeah,
a
I can
reason.
see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
I wanted to convince her to
Yes.
leave. Well, we can't see it, rotten bottom. Born.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture
Sorry.
truly and accurately depict
Oh, good. A proper
Ms. Heard's
foundation question.
appearance on December 2015, during
Which
the night
day?
that you just discussed?
You forgot the date. On December
Do you know
2015, on the
whether or
date
not
you just
took this
said.
picture?
He totally forgot. He
I do not.
totally forgot the date. Okay, Rottenborn.
That you were with Ms. Heard that evening after the incident?
It was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Ms. Heard in this picture?
Yes, please
Her
tell us.
right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16, it's up.
What is this picture of Ms. Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye. In the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
I assume, didn't you take
That the
them?
night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Miss Heard's left ear, there's a picture on the wall and then a writing, a note above the picture?
Yes.
What is
Oh, I'm curious too.
what is that note signed? If you can tell.
This is Steve, obviously.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
It's a terrifying zoom in.
Johnny.
I wanted them to ask Amber Heard's friends about
And
the
what does it
giant
say
knife
right above?
present.
That
It says, "You're Steve."
what's the line above that say?
Oh, Rottenborn. Why does it matter? Why didn't you ask Amber Heard these questions? Why are you asking her friend?
Eternally.
Why does this
And
matter?
all something always up. 3 exclamation points.
Oh my God. Why is this relevant?
Love you eternally. You're Steve.
Can I
And-
object? Objection. Relevance. Wasting the
Steve,
court's time. Ask about the
In that
knife.
note refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
And she just testified to that,
Does
Rottenborn.
this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed
Yes,
on
it's an
Miss
eye
Heard
test.
in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
So
When you
they
said
zoomed in
partially,
so much, we're supposed to see
um,
the bruise more?
What do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
What other injuries are you referring to?
The hair being pulled out.
Did you take that
Exhibit
photo?
17 is up.
They'll show her that photo.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Amber's face.
There's no ear cuff
Turned
on this
at a
one.
slight profile.
Other ones from this same series
There's a
have
bruise on her eye.
ear cuff right there.
Swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night.
I wish we
moment
could
of the
2x.
previous 2 pictures.
But we can't.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Okay, so this
Exhibit
depicts her
18 is
split
up.
lip. This fairly depicts her split lip is what you're telling me. Fairly and accurately. Depicts the split lip.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
It's a
That's in
photo
the doc-
of Amber's face
She's very emotional about this one.
with 2 black eyes
Girl,
and swollen bottom lip.
girl.
Did you take this
Swollen
photo?
nose. I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
More emotional than Heard was on the stand. Like, I actually feel like she's upset. I don't necessarily, her feelings are her feelings. I don't see the photo the same way she
Does this
does.
picture fairly and accurately
I feel like
depict,
she's genuinely upset,
at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night? In
even if
December
it seems
15, 2015?
disproportionate to what I'm
Yeah.
seeing.
Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
Did you take it or did you not take it? If you were taking other pictures, did you take this one or did you not take this one? Was
But
it
in any
taken at the
event,
same
it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
time? Amber said you took them all.
Yes.
It's interesting she
Exhibit
distanced
19 is up.
herself from this photo. And I wonder if she'll distance herself from the other ones. Oh, wait, I want to see your tattoo. Rocky, what's your tattoo?
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington.
That, by the way,
We just
Is-
need to get through as
mirroring
Yeah.
for the
best we
jury.
can. What is this picture?
That's
This is Amber's face.
that's
Her
strategic.
profile. Showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
She had no emotion about these pictures yesterday.
It appears
That's
to be
true.
the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
And, it's in the bedroom, she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
I know this is hard.
Was anyone
Is
with you and
allowing
Amber
the viewer to know
that night after you came over?
that there's genuine emotion.
Um,
It's reminding them there's emotion here. This is hard.
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
How does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be,
Yesterday she said she took it.
yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower
Much
lip look like it's just
More
chapped?
emotion than Amber.
No, it does not.
She also might be so
Does
over
it look
this.
like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
So she's in the photo.
Does this picture
Was that
depict
Department 9? Darn it.
marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
That's a good question.
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December
Foundational
15,
questions are
2015 that
appropriate.
we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
The tech support has been amazing.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a close-up picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth.
And the black eye? Because the black eye is supposed to be in this picture too.
It has,
Did you take?
Right here.
Go ahead.
She has swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
I
Are there
think
any other injuries?
that's the injury they mean right
You observe
there. Everyone
in this
lean into
picture?
your computer screens and go.
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her.
You can see
These are
bruising on her
bottom
eye? Girl?
Did Miss Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark or bruising underneath her eyes.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Rottenborn's being friendly because this
Sometimes.
is his witness. They're now in their case in chief.
And over
So
the
he's
course
going to
of
be
your
very friendly. These are their people.
friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Is she wearing Amica cream in this photo?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show
A scalp.
the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
You are gonna
Whose
have
head
to
is
zoom in
that?
for me.
That's Amber's head.
Do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or
No.
the next day.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about.
Yes.
Do you recall taking this picture, Miss Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
I would drink my coffee too fast if I drank it every
Yes.
time she sighed.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp?
It is.
During the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is up.
Again,
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
that does
There's
not
a
look
picture
pulled
of a clump of Amber's
from
hair
the scalp.
on the black carpet of the bedroom of PH4 with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Oh, it is repetitive. Oh, it's to show the scale. Show how big the scale
Did you
of
take
the
this
hair
picture?
is.
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
The hard thing for this
night
case.
of the event. The night of the event.
The hard thing with this case,
December, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
the testimony is
In December
very
of 2015?
dramatic, very large.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Evidence doesn't match it. There's no
Hair had been ripped out of her head.
Rooting.
This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
Where is her hairbrush? Is it clean? The bruising could be from Botox, but I don't think they have anything to introduce that idea to the jury. So,
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5.
yeah, Rocky is
4.
probably exhausted with this.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to
How
make
would
it
she know
appear
that?
as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't,
How would she know that?
to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face.
She color corrected after her foundation, we've all heard. Girl,
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
did she?
Yes.
Does she know the camera switched back to her? I'm
Can
very
we pull up,
suspicious at this point.
The document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please. What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her.
So these are the calendars.
Right
And
eye.
again, there's a calendar here and a calendar
Her
here.
coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen.
We keep
She's in the
calendars for
kitchen.
multiple months. I don't read too much into that because we have calendars for like 3
Of
months because
PH3.
that's the only way I can keep shit together. So I'm not surprised there's a January calendar. There's one above it that might be December. It doesn't strike me as odd
Do
because
you
there's
know
one here and one
When
here.
or approximately when
We've
this
gotten
picture
asked
was
a lot
taken?
about that. Oh, but if
Um,
it's December 2015, that should be January 2016, shouldn't it? That would be a year old
the
at that
day
point.
following the December
That would be a year old at that point.
event
Okay.
Or the day after.
Strike that from the record. Withdrawn.
I don't know
overrule myself.
exactly when.
And
It should be January
Did you take this picture?
2016. That would be a year old at that
I
point.
don't know.
All right. Weird.
does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day
Old
you
calendar.
described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Penthouse 5 with the pirate flag. You're brilliant. You need
Do you know
all
what
of these
this is a
things.
picture of, Ms. Pennington?
You need a mega pint, a muffin, a marijuana closet, all of the
This
things.
is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon,
Thank you, Mod Squad.
plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company,
Thank you, Mod Squad.
a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea,
We can
broken
now
glass,
engage in the super chat and
and a
The closed
small
captioning.
blue book
we're professionals here.
on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass
This is getting to the
next to
staging.
her bed?
No,
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
my knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015, ALH _509_B.
Ah, the broken bed.
You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The
Yes.
December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the
This is the same photo
penthouse
that we keep
4. It's the
saying.
middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
I didn't need to compare those.
Have you ever known Miss
I
Heard
was
to
a
destroy
DA.
a
I've
bed frame?
seen a lot of injury photos. I also worked as an EMT. I've
Have
seen.
you ever known? Go
injuries.
ahead. Sorry.
I've also played water
no.
polo, so I've been injured as well.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
No.
Miss Pennington,
Didn't you use that knife to
in all the
slice off that?
photos that
piece of the bed?
you
Did you see Amber do it? It's the same bed. It's the same photo from the other
have
photo.
taken
It's all the photos are the
of-
same.
evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
I want to talk about
Max
the day
Monster,
of the,
we
the
love a
Late
devil's
Late Show.
advocate.
When I say that, do you
We're here
understand I'm
for
referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show,
We're here for an arguendo.
Yes.
the Late Late Show with James Corden?
Yes, we're aware of the Late Late Show.
Were you with Amber when she
Coco, I've
got
asked
ready for her appearance on that show?
I've asked the same question about that mug. It's in every
Yes.
photo they took.
Who
It's
else
in the
was
weed
present?
photo. It's in the video of the slamming cabinets. It's in the cocaine photo. That
A
mug
deer
is in every photo.
that who's her hairstylist.
We talked about this yesterday.
Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Did were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
Yeah.
Did you observe
Those objections are
anyone
getting sustained.
ripping clumps of
That's why there's
her
an
hair
edit.
out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did
There
you
doesn't seem to be any warmth at this table today.
did you to the extent that it's alleged that Miss Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Why do you
Because
think
I
that?
saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the
Agreed,
next
Veronica.
day,
She looks
and as
pretty
they
injured,
continued to heal.
like movie injured in those photos.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Get it, Rottenborn?
Yes.
We love a cursey word
And
slip.
what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that?
It woke everyone
and
up.
what
We're
your
like, oh, he said
understanding
fuck,
was of what he
yes.
My understanding was that he
Yep, Johnny admitted to hitting stuff.
was sorry and apologetic and
Or what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Isolation is very common.
Verbal arguments, physical
Amber
arguments.
was not isolated.
And that was what he made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
In all of these, it seems like Depp is apologizing for
Did
his
you ever see him
addiction,
get better?
apologizing for
Yeah.
his anger or verbal fighting. But I've never heard anyone or Depp
When?
apologize for getting violent.
A lot of times.
The only person who has yet apologized
But
for
did you ever
that
see
is
him get
Heard.
better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you
Please
wanted
keep
to take a
going.
break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's go ahead and take our
through
morning recess
this
for 15
volume?
minutes. And don't discuss the case with
Rottenborn.
anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
No, Rottenborn, no. We're halfway through this volume. That means there's another one. Oh, I can't do 2 volumes of this. Oh, we're at the morning break, halfway through this volume. I don't understand not putting your arms in the jacket sleeves. I don't get it. I sure don't. I don't. We're going to get to as many questions as we can. We'll go and do a sub check real quick.
Okay.
Thank
All
you, Your
right,
Honor.
thank you.
Yo, no. Well, you can pick out the inconsistencies. There's been enough testimony that we should be able to do that. Once everybody exits the courtroom or this goes to the seal of the great state of Virginia, we will switch over and take a peek at that subcount. Rottenborn's killing me. Look, Rocky seems over it. There we go. Rocky has done this a lot. But this is all going to be direct examination from now on. We've already seen the testimony from Camille, or we've already seen Camille questioning. So I'm going to put this a little bit smaller so we can keep, I don't know if I can make it much smaller. Can I do that? Oh, I can do that. We're just going to leave it over there in the corner because I'm amused. And I'm a little like hyper fixated at the moment. So we're going to do that and we're going to keep going. Tiffany said mega pints of Red Bull. I agree. Depots are very hard. I am an esthetician and every facial injury looks typical: light bruising from lip filler, under eye filler, temple filler, and Botox, which again, no shade. She's an actress in Hollywood. I expect that she would have filler. So, I think that she would. All right, we're just going to keep this in the corner. That doesn't look even. Okay, that looks evenly spaced. And we're going to get to some questions. Thank you all for being here. If you are new, I'm just going to remind you, if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, if you're in North America, you can join the text crew. Text messaging rates may apply, but free to join. I don't charge you for joining it. I will text you what's going on. I'm going to send a birthday text in a minute when we get back to testimony for everyone in the text crew whose birthday is today. And it's a great way for me to keep you in the loop. And if quick things happen, to let you know where I've dropped, if I've dropped little quick summaries on Instagram or TikTok and things like that. So I can keep you in the loop with all the things. You're welcome to join over there if you would like that. It's kind of like the one Phil DeFranco and Gary Vee and others do. Let's get to some questions and some of these super chats. Again, I will try to get to all of them. Rocky has no choice to act and lie, or else she would commit perjury. I think she's locked into her previous stories because her previous stories are all on the record, and that's really hard. Doopy, thank you. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Drew said, shout out to my wife, Emily. Hey, Emily, for getting me hooked on your content. Watching this trial has been very cathartic and healing. Thank you, Drew. I think a lot of people feel that way. As Johnny said, yes, I am. Well, Drew, thank you so much for sharing that. I think a lot of people have had that experience. Like for sure. To me, the mug is equal to a signature. It appears in every photo that Amber Heard took. It's very interesting that it's in the photos and the videos, that mug. I don't understand why they do video recorded of a witness. John, they do recorded video depositions as a part of the discovery process, figuring out information on what the witness is going to say. That's a standard part of civil practice. It's a standard part of discovery that you do depositions like this. Standard part. But they're using it because the witness is unavailable. There are rules for when you can use video depositions in place of witness testimony. This is something particular to civil. Because the witnesses are unavailable, because they're not in Virginia. It's harder to subpoena them and bring them in. They can go to California and subpoena Rocky in California and do the deposition in California. Dragging someone from their home state where they have jurisdiction across the country to Virginia is much harder if they don't want to come. I mean, for Ben King, I assume he's still living in the UK. I don't quite remember. But we're in a race now. OMG, it's Dana. I assume he's in the UK. They couldn't have reached out and forced a foreign citizen to come to trial. He came because he agreed to come. So Amber's friends have clearly not agreed to come and testify on her behalf. That might be to protect themselves. It might be because they're no longer friends. It might be because they're over it. It might appear that way. I don't know what the jury will think. Amber Heard's friends just seem like users. They have used Amber Heard and Johnny Depp for free rent and either ignored their friend getting abused or ignored her abusing JD. And also, if they were so afraid of him, if she's so afraid for her friend, and everyone responds to things differently, but if you are afraid for your friend, you're living next door. You're living next door. Definitely paid for Wi-Fi on my flight from NOLA to Orlando. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. Can't handle second round of Rottenborn. Totally different demeanor, by the way, when he's like, I know this is emotional, which again, in testimony signals to the jury, look, I know this is emotional. This person's being emotional. Be emotional. It's kind of telling them what to think. Can we get a Get It Together Elaine t-shirt so when I'm studying for my finals, I can wear it as a reminder to get myself together? Also love your channel and commentary. We will do something. We will do something. We will do something for sure. What, if anything, triggered, can Elaine and Rottenborn do to protect themselves from the probable backlash from Heard? We talked about this a little yesterday with Runkle. They need to document everything their client is telling them to do. They need to document all of that information, and they need to make sure that they are, if they are client led and directed, they need to make sure that they have all of that noted, because I'm sure there will be backlash when they lose. Oh, you guys, I was going to take this down so I could talk to you for a minute, and then we're getting really close to 4:04. Do you think that Amber Heard is found liable? She'll say this just proves that men still won't listen to women's stories. Yes. Or will she sulk away? No, she will fight. I take that perception from the PR statements we've already seen. The PR statements that Depp's team is beating up on her, that the cross-examination is going to be, again, blaming the victim. We've seen a lot of that, and I think we are going to continue to see them saying, see, she's being blamed. We also saw that PR statement saying they were keeping out valuable evidence or important evidence, something like that. So I think from the PR statements, it's going to be blame literally everyone. She's already thrown her doctor under the bus, her nurse under the bus, their expert witness under the bus, her lawyers under the bus. She's thrown everybody under the bus. Why, if Amber Heard said she gave medical records to her attorneys, were they not available? Sorry if you've explained. They've not come in. So they were either inadmissible or they weren't turned over. If they are from an ENT down the road who can't be cross-examined, they're not reliable. Because if an ENT sees her not for the purpose of trial, not for a forensic evaluation or something, and says, oh, she has scarring in her nose, then Depp's team has a right to cross-examine that expert and say, could the scarring be from falling off a horse as a kid, from getting hit by a horse as a kid, from doing cocaine, from doing this? What else could it be from? And if they can't cross-examine that, then it's not, oh, thanks. Bing, bing, then it can't come in. So it might not be valid evidence, even if they've turned it over, or maybe they haven't turned it over. The jury should get a instruction. Christy says, has anyone asked how Amber Heard is coping? It must be difficult to keep up appearances while everyone is seeing your true self. She seems stressed to me, but this is very stressful. Being in trial like this is exhausting, and it's stressful no matter what. So she should be stressed. Marco said, Emily, you're getting famous in Portugal. The podcast is doing really well in Portugal. CNN Portugal covered some of your videos. And we binged. We binged to 403. The binger just went to 403. It skipped 400 entirely. What is today? It binged. Law nerds, tell of all of our new law nerds what that means. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Ah! Well, if you guys ever see stuff like this, you're welcome to screenshot it, tag me on Twitter, and show me the things. I'm always happy to see them. Besides Dr. Curry, who can come back to testify from Depp's side? They can have new people come testify in rebuttal. They could call Depp. I don't think that they would. So they can call their forensic expert on documentary evidence, the photos and stuff. I think they might. Do you think her mockery is her channeling Amber Heard? We're talking about Elaine Bredehoff, maybe, or maybe she's just absolutely bought in to what Amber Heard is doing. Runkle and I talked about that a little yesterday. Over 1 million views on yesterday's PM stream. Congrats, Em. Thank you. It's you guys have been wanting to watch this trial. I've been wanting to watch it too. Did you catch that she has mascara on again today? Oh yeah, I did. I know that when she was on the stand, moment where she's got the one tear in the mascara rolling down her face perfectly. One of the best moments in reality television ever, I think. She didn't want that to be so clear, but now we're back to, full makeup. But we saw her getting emotional sitting over there. Much easier when you're not on the stand and people can't hear your voice not crack. Love your channel. I've seen Popcorn Planet talk about Amber supporters trying to mess with YouTubers covering the hearing. Have you been targeted? Not that I've seen. The only problems I have had are with major media outlets. I'm also a former DA, and I have not had problems. All my stuff is pretty locked down. I've had problems covering other cases, but I've not yet had any problems covering this case. I also don't think I have been unfair to either side in this. We are calling it like we see it. Does this count as studying for the bar, asking for a friend? Pedro, yes, it does. we're going over evidence day in and day out and practice. We're not going to go over wills and trusts, though. I'm sorry. Will Amber get told off for walking out before the judge yesterday, probably by her lawyers? Sending love from Scotland. I don't know how much that was perceived in the courtroom. It was definitely perceived on the internet. It felt like, again, Ben King described her as a petulant or spoiled teenage child. And I think that maybe goes to prove the point. Do you think Depp's team are going to use Amber Heard's DV arrest now that Camille got it on cross? Will it come up in closing? It can come up in closing, but they might also bring a rebuttal witness. It was witnessed by a police officer. If they have the officer from Seattle, they might be able to bring that in. If they have a deposition of that officer, they might be able to bring that in. So that could come up in rebuttal. Better than fighting with her about it on cross. It came up and then they can prove it later and they can use it as impeachment because she denied the whole thing. So this is an impeachment witness, not just reading previous testimony, but a whole ass witness can come in and testify to what happened. And that would be that. That may happen. That may not happen. We will not know. So, Emily, I live in Montana and have been sharing your video with everyone. Thank you. We want to know if Johnny will get back on the stand. Bree, I don't know. It is possible that Amber Heard's side will call him. If they do, it will go to the counterclaim, whether the lawyer was his agent speaking on his behalf. They have to get that evidence in. And so far, it's only speculative. So they have to do that some way. And I don't think they're going to call Adam Waldman, the lawyer. So I think they will, but it would be for a limited purpose. And if they don't, they're kind of just letting their counterclaim go. Kyla said, in Starbucks, getting my mega pint of coffee now so I can be ready for court. I have a feeling it's going to be spicy. When we get to live testimony, it will be. Shout out to my girl, Shozo, who's low-key listening at work. I hope I pronounced that properly. Shozo, I hope so. Artifacts Silence says hello. I love doing shout outs. We had a wedding proposal yesterday. I love it. Please reach out to H3. I will after stream, and Ethan and I have been in contact about other stuff. So he always knows my DMs are open, but we're doing this all day. Isn't this telling to the jury that a lot of Amber Heard witnesses are not physically appearing in court? Might be. In support of her alleged abuse, also considering she's become an ambassador for the ACLU. I think it's telling. I think it's less surprising when it's police officers, the agents, the police officers, agents, the who else testified via video depot that didn't seem weird, like the lawyer for the ACLU. None of that seemed odd. You wouldn't expect them to, like, why isn't that person in court? But when it comes to the friends, it's like, these are the people who are so traumatized by seeing you upset. Wouldn't they want to confront the person that did this to their friend? Wouldn't they want to sit in court and be like, this is what you did to my friend? I've had people divorce my friends and had more, for just like they needed to get divorced. And I've had more vitriol towards them than this. So, she's like, no, I have no animosity towards Johnny Depp. Yet you're testifying about all these things he did to your friend. You put a hand on one of my friends, it is going to be a conversation much larger than this. And then if it happens more and my friend doesn't want to leave, I might have to walk away, because how do you stand by while that's going on and just not to judge anyone else's actions. This is how I might respond. But to have no animosity towards Depp after you're alleging he did all this is odd testimony to me. Good morning. Question. Why aren't his kids allowed to testify? They might not have made his kids available for depositions to protect them from all of this. And I think dragging his kids into this would be awful. So they might have gone to lengths to protect his kids from being subpoenaed. I would. Does the stenographer have to type all these depots? No, transcripts of the depositions are admitted into the record and attached. Wonderful question. No, they don't. You guys, this is I don't have words for the fact that we're just rounding round to 405. She looks like she doesn't want to be there. Could she have refused to appear? Not for depositions. She was subpoenaed. And once you are subpoenaed, you have to appear for depo. This is the problem with Whitney coming in, is that Whitney appeared for part of her deposition, but did not finish. Io said he called the police. Did they ever show up? Yes. Do we have additional testimony of that? Yes. I haven't heard of anyone else bringing up NYPD. So Io said that he called the police. NYPD would have called LAPD. The LAPD officers, I think, talked about the fact that it was an external agency call and they weren't called directly. And that happens if you're in a jurisdiction and you call 911, it goes up there. It goes to where you are physically, where your phone is, or it should. Has anyone seen these depots? Yes. Who? That was the question. Luca, who has seen these depos? The lawyers, the court, because they've edited them, and likely the clients as well, and potentially the parties, because the parties have the opportunity to correct their deposition if it's like, oh, did you misspeak? Oh, did you get a date wrong? And that came up with Dr. Hughes when it was talked about that Dr. Hughes said, oh, there was something wrong in the transcripts from my deposition. And they're like, well, did you correct it? And she's like, nah. What do you mean, nah? You didn't correct it. She's like, oh, it said I was paid $100 an hour, not $500. I think my thoughts. I think that Dr. Hughes didn't correct it because it looks better for her if she gets paid $100 an hour versus $500 an hour. And I think she didn't want to fix the perception. Because I'm going to have to pull this up. We're almost at 4:05. Is Camille next to Depp today a strategic choice? No, I don't think so. That's where she's been when she's not the one that's doing the witness direct and testimony. Camille moves seats. Important to note. No, that's where she's been if she's not sitting in the back corner where she's like got her finger on the button to do objections and things, and where she's in the seat that's easy to get up to the bench. You guys, where she's there to get up to the bench to do things. Question, did Ruth Ann accept Sky's proposal? I don't know. I hope they'll let us know. I would like to know. Congratulations on blowing past 200K. I think we were just there. I've sent a message to you. Does Patreon work? Patreon works. I will be in the Patreon messages hopefully later today. Can you please tell me how to find your glasses? The frames are Dior. The lenses are down below. They're Erlin. Get it together, Elaine, is now my favorite phrase. You're amazing. Thank you. You make the video depots worth watching. The evidence in here is sometimes necessary, but it's tough. Fred, WTF, bruh. You're just like, Fred is like, this is Fred. Fred is just walking through literally everything. Let's see. We should be getting close. I want to make sure the audio's on. So when we come back, we come back. Let's see. Will the public ever get to see the court transcripts and what's talked about at sidebar? I don't think that will ever be made public unless there's an appeal and what happened at sidebar comes up. Rottenborn would have been better at redirect. Why was Elaine alone at the messy desk fumbling through it? I don't know. That could be her preference. Like, don't touch my shit. I know where it is. Thanks, Fred. But it seemed like they're not working as a team the way we're seeing Depp's team working as a team. Rottenborn couldn't be the attorney that did the direct examination and then the redirect. I think they chose specifically to have a female attorney do that. And you can't switch attorneys. So the one attorney, one witness. You can't have like somebody do the direct and somebody do the redirect. They chose to have Elaine be the attorney that was doing the direct and the redirect. And I think that was intentional. And I think that was chosen for a lot of different reasons. Morning, make sure to drink your water and snack today. I'm here. Can they bring charges against Amber Heard for her testimony proven against JD, proven abuse against JD? Not in the States. God, you guys, we just hit 405. The statute of limitations on most of this has run. If all the penthouses are connected, how did Amber expect security to keep Johnny locked out of just one of them? It's a great question. Octo, here to celebrate 400K subs as a community soon. Yes, this is an amazing community. It's just an amazing community. I love it here. New member coming from the H3 family. I feel like I'm sitting with a friend yelling at my screen. That's how I feel too. My husband is so over me in this trial right now. Same. My husband is also over me in this trial. Oh,
Okay.
all right. That's why I left the audio on. You're killing it. Thank you for carrying this heavy load as a fellow practicing attorney. Seeing your real-time commentary is hilarious and amazing. It's probably what you're thinking too. You guys, we are zooming. We'll check back in with that later. I feel like we're now on a watch for that too. All right, let me make this a little bit bigger. They're bringing the jury back into the room, but thank you. It's always so nice to have compliments from other members of the bar. I appreciate it because we all feel this way. Judge A feels this way. Judge A is like, the fuck. This is the most patient judge I've ever seen. I've never seen a judge this patient. Hi, Emily. Have a hard time believing Amber Heard. In today's society, women cannot be the abuser because it's not the norm, even though men can be the victim. I think women can be the abuser. I think anyone can be abusive. The fact that society has broken that down on gender lines is time to change. People can be abusive in lots of different ways to each other. People can be horrible to each other. One of the most horrible cases I had was a young female in juvenile court.
All right. Seated.
Of somebody who was abusive. It was just.
Continue with your witness.
Yes, we'll resume with the testimony of Raquel Pennington, Your
All
Honor.
right. Thank you.
Goody. If Johnny Depp does a photo expert, it will come in rebuttal. And I hope that they do. If so, Amber Heard testified specifically she did not edit, but her friends might have edited. Like, who did the edits without the metadata?
I want
It's
to
going to
talk
be hard to know.
about the events of May
So
21st,
thank you all.
2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Fred is sassy.
Yes.
Oh wait, we're very emotional getting back into it.
Walk us
Is
through
Bailey in the chat? Hey Bailey.
what you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
I don't think Rocky's wearing any makeup, because if you're wearing makeup, that's not how you dab your eye. She needs a beauty blender to just soak up
In
the tears.
PH5, I was getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there, Josh was there, Amber was helping. We were set up in the downstairs living room of PH5. And at
Liz
some
Mars?
point- Liz Mars, yes.
Okay. And your fiance, Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point,
This
Amber
is
got a
Rocky
message
Pennington,
from Johnny that said
Amber's
that he
former
wanted to
bestie.
come over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home.
You
And
can't.
so
You can't stop someone
Amber
from coming
went
onto their own home.
upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or
That's
I got a
where
text from
the
her that said,
restraining
come
order comes
over.
out.
So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And
Runkle's in the courtroom. I'm going to check his Twitter at the next break.
she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the
Rocky did
coffee
not
table
answer
and the sofa.
why they're not friends. She did not say.
And I went up to him, and he was yelling and yelling, and I put my hands up on his chest, and I was like, stop. Just stop.
We heard from
trying
Amber.
to calm him down.
But Amber would have seen this
and
depo too.
He hit my hands away, and
The shh.
so I just went straight over to Amber. She sat down on the couch. She was crying, and I just put my body over her, and he came a little bit closer to us.
This
and
is very, very consistent with what Amber
he
said.
was yelling at her to like
But Amber
get
would've seen
up
this.
or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud, and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table. And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying.
Yes, she did.
They finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
I think she was afraid.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
Just the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
This was after the phone call with Io about the shit on the bed.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
And he's leading because he's on cross.
Yes.
And when he stood over you, you testified a little bit to it, but describe what he was yelling as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said. The thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up.
Chelsea,
Get the
for
fuck
me,
up.
I'm going with what the jury's seeing, not external. I'll go watch it after this trial, but I'm trying to keep
Did you let her?
what the jury's
No.
seeing. So that's what I'm trying to keep in my mind. But I'll go watch it after
Where
the trial.
were you,
I want to see what they're
just
seeing.
to be clear,
They
where
don't
were
have
you
any of
when
that
you
info. They have this.
received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in Penthouse 3 before
Thank you,
Johnny walked
Jason.
into that penthouse,
Lots of
how do you
confusion.
respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you,
Anything's
Ms.
possible.
Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer
I will represent what Mr. Depp's lawyer said.
has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21
Waldman.
crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
No.
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Did Amber stage anything,
That's
to
correct,
your
Josephine.
knowledge, about May 21st, 2016?
No.
That's the inconsistency there.
Describe for us the damage that you observed Mr. Depp cause to the penthouses, to Penthouse 3.
They line up exactly.
In 3, stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter.
I'm sure someone will clip Heard's testimony in this depot together and show
Stuff had
how
been
much they
knocked
line
off
up. They've seen it.
a bar cart.
By whom?
I mean, I've seen people try to
By
stop.
Johnny.
a
I
fight.
saw this happen on his way out. He was
With
smashing
his-
stuff
With what?
with a wine bottle.
What other
It-
damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
Not this Rocky,
In the
different
hallway,
Rocky.
there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's door, front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair,
Oh, look at that, Christina. It was up this morning.
my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs
The beads.
of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew.
Answer that at the break.
That's the only person that I can say for sure.
No,
Were
there was
you with
no
Mr.
emotion
Drew
going
when he
across
was
at
taking
all.
photographs?
On the day before, or no emotion when she was being questioned by Depp's attorneys the day before.
I
Agreed.
can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
Same night the cops came.
This is a picture of
Could
the
be different penthouses.
living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the stand that I used to display them thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 30 is up.
What is this a picture of, if you know?
Yes, Amber could have seen the depots.
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bedroom bed in PH3. It has several photos, framed photos, stacked on it.
Ah, she said
And,
stacked.
do those photos appear to be intact?
Yes.
These do, yes.
In your experience, did those photos normally sit on the bed?
No.
Does this, did you witness,
How they got on the bed?
well, was this part of the aftermath of what Mr.
No.
Depp did in Penthouse 3?
I didn't see him take these down, but they were not down before he came over.
Did you see how they
Does it
got
fairly and
there?
accurately depict what you witnessed the night of May 21st, 2016?
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please.
Those
So my question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
those photos were described by Heard as being thrown or tossed on the bed, and we were all like, well, but why aren't they broken?
Can the info thing move off to the side?
No.
You know, no, I don't. Not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
She's trying to look at the Zoom call photos. So yes, it's interesting that she said they were stacked, which more accurate.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone thinks it's the poor MMA fighter with the same name. It's not
And
the
what do you
MMA
see on
fighter
the
with the
picture?
same name.
It's
Different
broken
people.
glass.
Different people.
And something spilled on the
Don't
landing
send
of
hate
one
to-
of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Also, don't send hate to anyone.
Does this
Even if you
picture
don't like
fairly and
them.
accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
Don't send hate to
Yes.
anyone, even if you don't like their depot. They're
Did
doing
you
what they have to
ever know
do
Ms. Heard to
under
smash glasses on
order
staircases?
of the court.
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
She's robotic until she isn't, though.
What is this a picture of, Ms.
Oh,
Pennington?
we'll get to that while a break,
These
so I can
are
explain.
stairs appearing of the same staircase
So it's
with broken
open
glass
staircase.
on them.
So you can see the. I was confused about that the other day. That the staircase is open, so you can see the
Does
below.
this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Thanks,
Yes.
Nancy. I've been yelled at by a few court
33
reporters in
is
my
up.
day. I've improved a lot.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Court reporters helped me get better.
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3, and it has a broken, looks like top of a martini glass on it.
There's just a full intact top of a martini glass sitting there.
Did you see this glass or material around this being broken on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And who broke this glass?
Johnny did.
Did you see it?
And does this photo fairly and accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
I mean, it's odd to me that the stem pops
Exhibit
off.
34 is up.
It's interesting to me that the stem pops off the top of the martini glass and
What is
nothing
this
else
a picture of, Ms.
breaks.
Pennington?
This is the space between the
Oh my
cabinets
God,
and
I
the
feel so
refrigerator and the
bad
kitchen island
for the MMA fighter. I'm going to go
It
retweet
has
that
a rug on it.
Somebody-
and it has a fruit
somebody
basket.
tag
and
me in it
fruit
so I
on the
can
ground.
share it. I feel so bad for.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
Yes,
Who?
Johnny.
And does this fairly and accurately depict damage
Violence.
that you saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 35 is up.
Thank you. What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
I can't unsee that.
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned and there's papers all over the floor.
And is this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
No.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you
Yeah.
observed on May 21st, 2016?
There is.
Yes.
36 is up.
Yeah, the people testifying in this case
Is this
definitely
that
don't need
same
hate
office
sent their
area?
way. No one should.
Yes.
Don't just send hate to
And
people on
is
the internet.
this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
The video
37 is
depo
up.
does have a Blair Witchy aspect to it, especially when they lean in to try to see something on the computer and try to zoom in. It definitely has Blair Witch vibes at points. Love your channel. Just subscribe today. Congrats on 400K.
What is this a
Thank
picture of,
you.
Ms. Pennington?
Why is the bed still perfectly made?
This is a picture
Because the
of
frames were stacked on it?
two photos
Maybe?
on the column, the staircase.
These are leading questions because
leading up
technically
to
this is
Amber's
cross.
office. The top photo is a group photo.
Technically this is cross.
Savannah, Whitney, Io, myself,
I'm gonna answer that at the break
Amber,
so I can talk.
Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me. In
How high up
France.
are these though?
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
38 is up.
This is going to set up the fact that they say the police officers didn't look around enough, didn't do enough, etc. I'm sure the judge looks tired. Depots are sloggy, but they have to come in.
What is this a picture of?
Picture of a large bottle of wine on the floor.
The dates will come up. This photo is subject to much
On
controversy
May
because it
21st,
seems to be
2016?
coming up on different dates.
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging? If you know.
I don't know.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice you or misheard or anyone that you were with spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh.
It's a fair question.
It's a picture on the floor.
The problem is you don't think when you're
Do you
doing
know
these
what penthouse
depots
that is in?
that it's going to end up being played
Can
in
you zoom
court.
out again, please?
So you wouldn't act like this on the witness stand because it's a different circumstance.
3.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I mean, she's not driving away, but
I didn't see it knocked down.
Did other than
Question,
Mr. Depp, did
Rotten
you
Boring?
see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
this now has I don't want to be here vibes. Very emotional
No.
and now just done.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Jennifer, this is an excellent point.
Yes.
He
Okay.
did say he tried to grab things that
Can you
mattered to him.
describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
I will. I'll go retweet it. I feel bad for the MMA fighter Rocky
Just
Pennington.
a swollen, like red swollen cheek.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss
We'll
Heard
talk
that
about
evening?
that. C minor.
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Par, this is an excellent point.
Yes.
He wouldn't want people to be able to just come in.
Does this
It's a very
picture
good point.
fairly and accurately reflect
Chat, y'all so smart.
observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
42 is up.
Devin, they've been working
What
too
is
hard
this
at your
picture,
dentist
Miss
office when they don't know what's going on with this case, which is
This
fair.
is Amber's face. It's red. The right
I know. I think that dropped today. That podcast.
cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right.
Anything's possible. I haven't seen Gone Girl yet.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is this picture of?
These are the photos with like that night, but then
This
it's
is Amber's
daylight.
face,
Then the
turned
necklaces
at
look
a slight
different.
profile. Her eye is red and bruised.
It's bruised.
The side, the side brow, temple, and cheekbone.
Does this fairly and accurately depict
And again, if the
Miss
jury
Heard's
doesn't agree with
condition
how
that you
she's
witnessed on May
talking
21st,
about these
2016?
photos, it's going to be an issue when
Yes.
she's saying this is what she sees. The
And
jury's going
were
to be
you
like,
present
no.
when police arrived?
And if they find,
Yes.
if they don't believe that she's telling them
where-
the truth, they can discount a lot of what she
were there
says.
2 sets of police officers?
Yes.
And what penthouse did they come in?
Penthouse 3 both times.
No, that came in
How
the
close
officer
were you to the
testimony.
police officer?
In
They
the
didn't.
same room.
Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Also,
you ever
this doesn't
hear
look
Ms.
like
Heard
quite the scene LAPD is
say,
used to when things are violent.
Express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May 21st, 2016, that she
hearsay.
stood to gain financially from doing so?
No.
Thank you, Adam. Yep. All the attorneys are on their phones looking at Twitter, I'm sure. Yeah, the LAPD is not fluffed about a wine bottle on the floor and some photos stacked on a bed. They're not, that's not
No.
what they're seeing.
At some point after May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard
I will
filed
talk
for
about this.
divorce
I
from
talked
Mr.
about it at
Depp,
the
right?
top of the stream with the depots. They're opposite.
Correct.
And at some point she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against him. Is that right?
Did you leak photos to TMZ? That's the only part I really want to hear at this point.
Yes.
And I'm gonna come back to that line of questioning in a second, but before I
'Cause they're
forget,
not screenwriters and they don't know.
you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st.
Rottenborn,
right?
stop jumping around.
Was there a space in the floor of the ECB where they would wait for Mr. Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
And what was that space?
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Ainsley, no, there's not.
Was the okay.
It's just
Was
each
it-
side gets to
if-
question
If
and then they're
someone
done.
were in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested?
How do you
that
know what
so?
somebody else would have
No.
seen? Could they have seen? Could they not have seen? Do you know?
Did you see
Oh, there's not that much more.
Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court
It's a Zoom
she got that
deposition. So it's,
order?
yep.
Yes.
We were at like 2:05.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please.
These are from the Stanley Moss Courthouse.
And while he's doing
Again, things you wouldn't do. Is that an octopus tattoo? Wait, I've got questions.
that, do you know if Ms. Heard
Octo.
wore any makeup
Is that an
morning?
octopus tattoo? Oh, somebody go find. I need to know if Rocky has an
Ah.
octopus tattoo, chat. His speech is slow because it's a Zoom deposition and you need to make sure they hear
I
you.
don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
Was that rare for Ms. Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
Is that the PR agent?
What is this a picture of?
Also, there's nursing notes
This
about a
is
cyst.
Amber and Jody, her publicist,
Who's the
sitting
publicist?
on the bench in the hallway waiting room of
It's not a waiting room, it's just a hallway.
When?
the day that the restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I do.
Describe what you see.
On her cheek bone, right cheekbone is bruised.
I will go look for
And
that.
how long after May 21st was this?
Alejandro is
Approximately.
amazing.
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks.
It less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Miss Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up
Chat, you're so smart. Schuster, that's a
Pennington.
great question.
1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition the morning or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
You're welcome, Becky.
Yes.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
I think it has been because they talked
To
about
the best of my recollection, I took that.
they talked about Johnny Depp's handedness when they
And I'm gonna
talked
ask you the
about
same
him
thing
playing
about this
guitar
next picture, 1295.
and the Vesuvius finger. So they did talk about him being right-handed with the guitar and him talking about why he was happy it wasn't his left hand because that was
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
the other hand from the fret hand or whatever.
Does that fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition on that morning?
Yes.
46 is up.
If that were to happen and you were the attorney, I will tell a story about that later. I've had people show up to court on all manner of substances. You generally address it as the attorney and try to put over
What is that a
the
picture of?
deposition or ask directly. I think she just doesn't want to be there. I don't think that's the case here.
It is Amber.
But it can
had
happen.
A slight profile in the same courthouse room.
She's not the
Hairs
MMA
behind her
fighter.
ear. You can
Justice
see
for the
a
real
picture of a
Rocky.
bruise on her cheekbone.
They're different people.
She looks like a skeleton.
She looks like a skeleton.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
Based on your personal knowledge, is there any truth to the allegation that Amber did this?
Not yet,
because
I want
she's,
to.
quote, a gold digger?
No.
Ms. Pennington, you came to understand at some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
Vesuvius. I'll go look at Twitter in a second.
Yes.
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
Yes, you can object during
In
closing.
addition to
It's bad
showing
form.
you, how did you learn
It has to be
from
bad.
Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Said, I don't remember how he said he cut the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me how he cut it off.
Then why do you think he cut it off?
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish
Interesting.
where we started, which is you've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times.
Thanks, Rottenborn.
Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
No.
Yeah, my eyes get much more swollen from crying than we've
You've
seen
done
in
your
any of these
best
pictures.
every time you've testified about this
The face swells
to
when you
tell
get punched.
the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell the absolute truth
She's emotional about that.
exactly as I remember it at all of the points of time.
Are we done?
Yes, sir. Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. That concludes the testimony of
witness.
Raquel Pennington. Ms. Heard calls Joshua Drew as her next witness.
Okay.
And if we may approach just to discuss a
All
couple
right.
exhibits.
And that's by deposition, is that correct?
It is by deposition,
All right.
yes, Your Honor.
Oh. All right. Joshua Drew is Raquel Pennington's husband, I think, let us do a quick look-see, peek-see on, they're going to be at sidebar at where we're at, just because I'm curious. And that's where we're at. So I'm going to try to do a few questions while they're at sidebar. Law nerds, thank you for being here. We're just, I don't know, we're just on, this is just happening today, and we're just embracing the madness that's happening on the channel today. Thank you for being here. There's over 114 of you, 14,000 of you here. There at sidebar. Let's get to a few questions. Just to clear up video depos for everyone that is new, video depositions are because the witnesses are unavailable and have been proven unavailable. In a video depo, it is normal that the party whose witness it is not. So if it is a Amber Heard witness, it is usual that you will get Johnny Depp's side calling the depo. So they will call for the person to be deposed, and they will then do the more open-ended direct, though it's a little more relaxed in depos. They will do the open-ended direct of the witness. Then you will get the side whose witness it is or whose witness list they are on, doing more of like a cross-examination style with the leading questions in the depo. So we will see that in this depo too. You will see someone from Johnny Depp's team going first, and then somebody from Amber Heard's team going second when they do this deposition. They're just going over depo exhibits that are going to be shown to the jury, I'm sure. So with this, you will, that's why you will see it that way. The reason the video depos are jumpy, and this makes it hard to really evaluate sometimes the testimony and the pacing, because if there's an objection at the depo, what happens is it's like objection, hearsay, and then the deposition keeps going and the answer comes in, and then they sit down with the court before these are produced in court, and they sit down with the court and cut out of the video those objections if the answers can't come in. So the answers come in at the deposition at that moment when they're seeking discovery and trying to get information. And then it's cut down if it's used in court. So that's why you're going to see jumps in time. Thank you for sending me the tattoo on Twitter. Also, don't forget to tag Octonation, the world's largest octopus fan club. I have to go look. I have to go look. I had a question from yesterday's cross. So I think we just covered depos. What does striking a witness testimony mean and its implication to the jurors? Probably no implication to the jurors because they don't know, but it strikes it from the record. The court reporter removes it like it didn't happen. So if there is readback or if it goes up on appeal, that testimony doesn't exist. The jurors still heard it, and we're not living in Men in Black where you can just like do this with like, you know, you have forgotten. Well, it doesn't work that way. Stare into the lip gloss. You have now forgotten the testimony. They can't do that. You can't, I say you can't put the shit back in the horse. A lot of people say you can't unring the bell. You can't, you can't undo the grumpy on the bed. Once it's out, they hear it. Why would she have a master key? This is very interesting testimony to me. Because again, as the chat brought up, if Johnny Depp is worried about what's going on behind closed doors, why have essentially no closed doors when everyone has a key? Devil's advocate regarding right-handed versus right side of the face thing. If they were backhanded, it could line up. Granted, then you get the brunt of the rings. And that's the thing. That's the thing. So there are some confusions here. And again, to clear up, now that we're out of Rocky Pennington's testimony, she is not the MMA fighter. I will go over to Twitter and take a look at that because the MMA fighter has apparently tweeted about it. So let's get to some of these questions. I had a question from, we got to that one. Yay, look at me. Emily, you remind me of Laura Prepon from Orange is the New Black. Great. Have you ever heard? I love Orange is the New Black. I've not heard people tell me that I remind them of the amazing Laura Prepon, but I will take it. And I looked at it and I thought you were going to say from that 70s show. Then I went to Orange is the New Black. I will try to rock like a dark cat eye liner tomorrow. If I get up in time, and B, if I'm not scrolling on TikTok at night, making myself cry watching like outtakes from The Greatest Showman. Question, why not object to the picture if the medical document not proven? Because I think for Depp's team, the pictures are strategic, right? Do those pictures support the testimony you're seeing? Or do you hear that horrible testimony and see the pictures and go, wait, what? Wait, what, Bruce? Excuse me. Because the testimony puts an image in your mind of horrific violence. And then you look at the pictures and you're like, I'm sorry, the broken bed, that's a splinter. I have questions. That's part of the reason. And if the pictures can be authenticated, I'm the person that took this, then they can come in even without the medical testimony. Do you think the reason we don't see the ENT records is because she had a nose job and they're hiding it? No, I don't. I don't think this is a Legally Blonde moment with, I was having liposuction. It would ruin my career. I don't think that's the moment. I think the ENT is not coming in to testify. The ENT can't be cross-examined. The ENT can't testify about whether that scarring is from a childhood injury or horseback riding injury, drug use or whatever. So we're not going to see that. So that's why. And so those records aren't relevant if they can't be cross-examined. Question, please explain how her alleged bruises are. Well, that's what we just talked about. And again, that's stuff for them to argue. Why didn't they get the 911 call that had been placed? They might have, but a lot of that's hearsay without laying the proper foundation, and it doesn't really matter. What makes depots so effective? They're not. Is playing several in a row a good strategy for Amber Heard's team to keep the jurors engaged? No, exactly the opposite. These are boring AF, and the jurors are going to be bored AF.
Are we ready?
This is testimony they need so they can argue it in closing, so they can say, look, we backed up
Yes,
our
Your Honor.
testimony.
Okay.
These stories are consistent.
This is Miss Heard calls Joshua Drew.
Video depots are done they have the ability to be used as testimony, but they're done for discovery.
Do you live Los Angeles? What is your occupation?
So now we're getting into Josh Drew.
Hospitality development consulting firm. Are you also a chef? Not anymore. What, if any, education have you had since high school? I have my Associates of Science in Culinary Arts. And from what institution? Johnson & Wales University. Did you receive a degree from there? I did. In what year? That would have been 2003. Who is Raquel Rose Pennington? My ex-wife.
Thank you for talking much
Because I want to be
faster.
respectful, how should I refer to her? Ms. Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel? Rocky or Raquel is perfectly fine. Okay. You were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date Rocky, correct? Correct. When did you start dating Rocky? It would have been June of 2014.
Thank you
And
for
did
this
there come a time when
pacing,
you
Josh
became engaged to
Drew.
Rocky? Correct.
Yes.
When was that? That would have been
Ex-wife.
in summer of 2015.
So this is a much older deposition.
Do you recall when you were divorced from Rocky? Officially September 24th of last year. We separated officially
remembers quite
October
well.
of the previous year. When did you first meet Amber Heard? Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating, very early on. When did you first meet Johnny Depp? Shortly after I met Amber. I want to say, if memory serves, about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating. Again, I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what circumstances you met him? Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I
like
come
his testimony
over
already.
under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny and Jack.
Watching Aquaman?
I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later at a certain point. And it was just us in their apartment eating burgers and watching movies. Since that time, on how many occasions
They would use this because
have
they don't
you
have another one.
seen and interacted with Johnny Depp?
So this
from
is
that
the only
very
time he's
first
been
time on
deposed.
movie night? I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was sporadic and honestly, for a large portion of it, fairly casual.
All
Not
of the
kind
chat
thing
thinks
where
the
you would
same.
just count the number of times. It was regular interactions over various periods of time. Well, your counsel is not going to let you speculate, but I'm going to ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times?
Oh,
Yes.
Thank you
More
for a
than
depo with
50
some
times?
speed.
Yes. From the time that you first met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard? No. Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her? No. Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist? No. Have you ever lived at a building located at 849 South Broadway in Los Angeles known as the Eastern Columbia Building? Correct. Did you live in the condo known as Penthouse 1? Correct. With whom did you live in Penthouse 1? Raquel Pennington. From when to when did you live in Penthouse 1 with Rocky Pennington? Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates. Man, you'll have to bear with me a minute here.
And that's fair to say. I'm trying to collect the.
So while I was a frequent guest, I didn't actually
I like his
live
testimony
there
already.
until I want to say about October or November of 2015. Was Rocky already living in Penthouse 1 when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there?
Yes.
Did Ms. Pennington move into Penthouse 1 in or about June of 2014?
I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time frame.
Who owned Penthouse 1 at the time?
Johnny Depp.
While you and Rocky lived together in Penthouse 1, did you or she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Everything except PH2, yes.
Everything except PH2.
At the time, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard live together in PH3?
Sporadically, yes.
The key to which you and Rocky had access allowed either of you to enter PH3, correct?
Correct.
Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Did you or Rocky ever pay Mr. Depp any rent to live in PH1?
Offered and refused.
Did you consider the refusal of your offer to be a generous gesture by Mr. Depp?
Exceedingly.
In your experience, is Mr. Depp generally generous to his friends?
Yes.
Is he generous to people generally?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
Would your key have opened Penthouse 5?
Yes.
When you and Rocky were living here in Penthouse 1, did you ever notice that there were security personnel standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3?
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasion. Normally they were in a storage room off to the side of PH5.
Moving aside from Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge, while you stayed at the East Columbia building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is Trinity Esparza?
She was one of the front desk people.
Did you have communications with her?
In the course of living there, yes.
Chat, what do you
Did
think? I
find
like
her
his
to be
testimony already.
Pleasant?
No.
Good pacing.
How was she unpleasant?
She was not particularly polite or accommodating to me or Raquel or any of Amber's friends. I wasn't there specifically, but I heard similar things from Amber and her interactions with her as well throughout the course of our time there.
It's very
While
quick.
you lived in Penthouse 1, did you have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did
Yeah, it's
you
really
and
refreshing.
Rocky see Ms. Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did
Oh,
you
we
ever see
binged.
her
It's
drink to
flashing.
excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp at the Bahamas?
Yes.
Exactly. He's just
Was
answering
she
the questions.
intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes.
It rings very much more true because he's just
As were we all.
telling you
Did
what
you
he
ever
thinks.
hear at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And the
On how many
questions,
occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
the
Did you
questions
ever
are good,
see
which
her
allows the answers to
strike
be
Mr.
good.
Depp?
No.
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
That's all
Yes.
hearsay.
On how many occasions?
All the time. We talked about it every day.
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Yeah.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which
Up to the
birthday it
birthday.
was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
Oh, he catered the
What
30th
do you
birthday.
recall about that evening?
I recall it was held in PH5. Johnny was hours late.
Thank you, Marianne.
Um,
That's very
and
sweet.
Amber spent the better part of the evening making excuses for him. And he came very obviously intoxicated and put on a show for everybody. And when the party was
What do you mean
over,
by show?
or we left, cleaned up, and the next morning we heard about what had transpired after the fact.
So Johnny was supposed to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did the dinner begin?
I don't recall.
You and Rocky were guests at the dinner?
Correct.
And he
Who else
catered it.
was invited to the dinner?
Good
Again,
questioning.
you'll have to forgive me. It was quite some time ago. I remember Amber's friend Brandon being there. Amber's friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that
A rabbi?
Whitney was there as well. To be very honest, I can't say with specificity whom else was there.
When you say Whitney, are
Was
you
Marilyn
referring to
Manson
Whitney
there?
Hurd?
Correct.
Is Whitney Hurd Amber's younger sister?
Correct.
Putting aside the state or condition
I
in
like this
which
guy too.
Johnny arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
I really couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was quite a few hours after the party had started.
And that again, very true
Did he
testimony. I
provide
can't say
any
with
excuse
specificity.
or explanation to the group as to why
This
he
is
was
what I
late?
remember.
No.
This is what I
Putting
saw.
aside Mr. Depp's intake of alcohol that evening,
He's good. I like him.
had Miss Hurd been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
It's her 30th
Did you
birthday.
see Amber Heard the next morning?
She should
April
be
22nd,
intoxicated.
2016.
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd, did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Heard drive together to Coachella?
They did. I did not.
He did not go
Are
to
you still
Coachella.
in contact with Amber Heard?
Sporadically, yes.
I like his testimony. You guys, what you're all feeling is what everyone else is feeling. Oh, this testimony feels true. I can't say with specificity.
And
I
just-
knew this.
just to
I
be
didn't know
clear,
that. That's what you
And I'm
see when
sorry to
people are
jump around.
just telling you
When
what
you
they
say-
know.
Strike that.
You could say withdrawn. You don't have to strike
Are
it,
you-
but okay.
You say sporadically. How frequently you're in contact with her?
We didn't speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and she reached out to me to make amends about, I want to say about 2 months ago, if
Did
memory
she-
serves.
Oh, before your
I'm gonna come back to
deposition.
that.
She
When
reached
you
out 2
said,
months ago before your
You don't
deposition.
recall
Weird.
seeing marks on the morning of April 22nd. Is that because you didn't see any marks on Miss Heard, or you didn't see her at all that morning?
I honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If memory serves, it was, but that the girls were hustling to get everything together to go out to Coachella. So it was a pretty frantic morning. I couldn't say with any specificity whether I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
And Mr. Drew, you said
This is the
that
date the
Ms. Heard
deposition's recorded on.
reached out to you.
So this is the
When
date
was-
it's
When
done.
did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
Uh-huh. Right before your
What did she
depo.
say when she reached out to you?
To paraphrase, it was something akin to letting me know that, her and Raquel hadn't
longer
spoken in
friends.
some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that she missed me, and she
Huh.
just wanted to make amends and, reconnect.
Make sure that your deposition
Did she
testimony
mention
lined up
anything
with her
about this
story.
lawsuit?
Not in the initial
Maybe.
interaction.
How did you respond to her in this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think
Why
I
they're
waited
following
about a
up on
week and a
this.
half before I responded, and before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it, but more than likely people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about
Whoop,
whom it would be
there
coming
it
from, whether it
is.
was from Johnny's side or from her side, only that somebody would more than likely be reaching out to me.
Whoop, there it
And when
is.
you had a glass of wine, again, only lawyers remember these things, but do you recall approximately when you had a glass of wine with her?
Probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry, it would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Mr. Drew, let's please change subjects and move to
Chew is
the
so
evening of May
good.
21, 2016, which you had referenced previously.
His questioning is smooth
Was
like
Mr.
butter.
Depp at the condo at the East Columbia building that day prior to the evening?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see him arriving at the condo that night?
No.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
When did you first see them?
I saw them when he ordered them to open the door to PH5 following the incident.
Open the door.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
I think the
Did
jury
you
will sit
ever
up and
see
listen to
them that
this.
night somewhere outside the door of PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a text from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time.
Depp's
but
lawyer.
The text message
Pennington.
itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
Oh,
Wasn't she already in Penthouse 3 as of 8:06 p.m.?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse 3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me.
oh.
But again, I can't recall with specificity the exact time of these events.
This is the
Anytime,
night the police
including
came.
that night, did you ever see Mr. Depp strike Rocky Pennington?
No.
That evening, did you see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Oh,
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
does he
Did you
contradict?
see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp,
Why?
Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that night?
If we're presuming that that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
I like that we have
So it would be approximately
someone else that was there that
sometime
night to recount these
around
events.
8:30, 8:29.
I really do.
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
It seems much more
What else
authentic.
do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
That's
Who is
fair.
Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
I believe him over Rocky any day of the
When did
week.
she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again,
Yes,
exact times I'm a little foggy.
yes, this is one
Going
of
back
Amber's witnesses.
to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white,
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
both.
This is so much more consistent with the
What
way
did you
witnesses
say
testify.
to them, if you recall?
When
This
they
is-
arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1. Took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The Latino officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one. And I was outside the door with the male officer. And specifically, my communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done, because we were obviously upset. And his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up.
But you never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That's correct. And I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall
I believe him over Rocky 100%.
having a conversation
Though memories can change
with
over time and fade over time.
Rocky and Amber after
This is from 2019, so
Mr.
closer in time
Depp
to the event.
and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector.
It's the court video.
What to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to
I'll refresh the court feed real quick.
Haddon that evening?
See if that fixes it.
Were you present when she was speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file the complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd, 2016. Did you see Ms. Heard at all that day?
Yes.
When did you see her?
At various points throughout the day. If memory serves, Raquel had committed to a jewelry show somewhere, I want to say it was downtown, I might be mistaken, it might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
Oh, there's the James
During
Franco
the
of
time
it all.
that I was living there.
Yes.
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Oh.
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
That
Was
many?
it more than 20?
Yes.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
Oh, shit.
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So,
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking
He's
about
backpedaling a little bit.
visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen?
He said between 30 and 50.
I mean, I would say pretty early on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or I'm sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building.
Going swimming at night.
I can't really say with any
Fair.
specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
This is
When
gonna
did
get
you first
spicy.
see Elon Musk
Spicy.
at Penthouse 3?
I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to say it was about 3 to 4 weeks after the restraining order was filed.
But while Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Yes.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember,
Different day
what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
or later in the day? Later in the day.
Well, myself. In penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewn about the counters and the floor in the kitchen. Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and
Strewn
pack
about
everything back
dramatically.
up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right verb, but did you actually
No,
see
30
the
to 50
person who
times. I don't think 30 to
threw
50
her
different
clothes
people.
around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Hurd alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trash, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter, and I don't know, I can't remember what material it was. And to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all is such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp
Again, he rings
strike
true to me.
Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
Significant.
What did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or
They switched.
drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person, and a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
So he's just watching this monitor here.
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There was one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them, and we were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
I want to say that I witnessed personally, maybe 30 minutes.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Heavy rings.
Yes.
I thought it said wings too.
Yes.
Rings,
And
heavy
they were
rings.
large? Is that fair to say?
If memory serves, yes.
December 15, 2015, Los Angeles, California, which is the next page. And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky. What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. It was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like, "All was such a fraud," or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. This is the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when you came, you saw some writing in the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph.
So he has a crab tattoo on his hand, and his ex-wife has an octopus tattoo. I kind of love the ocean love.
Yes.
Why be a fraud?
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who
That's
had
close to what
written
he
this
remembered.
language? Is this the kitchen? Withdrawn. Is this the kitchen counter?
It's the kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition "his" in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why?
I'm sure there'll be an
and are you
objection.
saying that you recognized at the time?
Tells
that it
you how
was
this
his
is going.
handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
Unique mode of
And
penmanship.
you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this Drew 10 an accurate photograph of what you recall seeing that day?
Much
my
more
recollection,
consistent with
yes.
the black writing in Australia than the
Was
lipstick
anything
writing in
else
Australia,
written
I
on
will
the
say.
countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written
Ex-wife.
on the countertop, were you concerned?
Immediately.
And what were you concerned about?
That something
Oh, it
very,
could have been
very bad
Dennison.
happened.
It could have been.
And that's in part because you
was great
assumed
questioning
immediately
earlier.
that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read you read into the record what it says? Could just correct me if I'm wrong. That little kind of red thing there
What red thing?
in the top right-hand corner of the photograph.
What?
Do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
What are
Couldn't
you
tell you.
talking
At the
about?
time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
This is obviously not
Looking
written
at
in
it, I can answer, I
lipstick.
don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph.
No.
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
This
And
looks
when
like
you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
You walk into somebody's house and it looks like they vandalized it and things are amiss or things are strewn about. It doesn't portend anything good.
it doesn't portend anything good. I mean, I think this is gold
Did you go
Sharpie.
anywhere else in Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd's apartment
Could be paint
other
pen,
than the
though.
kitchen that day?
The living room later.
It didn't say who's asking the question.
Again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago, and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories.
I haven't heard what, if
But can
anything,
you
yet,
tell me,
so it might not be Elaine.
chronologically what happened? Did you let yourself into the apartment? You saw this. Just tell me the story again, to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
I like the tattoo, though.
How I remember it is that like I said, we came home late afternoon, early evening. Hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check. Saw that written on the counter. saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her. Bolted upstairs. I was sitting over in PH1 in our apartment waiting, and I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that, other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember it specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it, or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
Okay, when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
Significant
Yes.
Do you have
physical
good vision?
facial injuries.
I didn't have glasses then. I didn't need them then. So yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as 211. You can see from the top page, it was attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit. Declaration is Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at the photos of Ms. Heard's face and tell the jury, Mr. Drew, if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
So they're looking
It
at the
is.
pictures that we just
I
saw
was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
in Raquel's testimony.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera?
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone, so there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
Huh.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her eyes.
So it was
means
Mr.
her.
Chu.
If you look at the 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photo, this one, I'm going to hold it up.
Yes.
Did you personally observe that day this injury on Ms. Heard's face
I did.
in December 2015?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip.
That's not what it looks like for the rest of us.
See those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that personally on Ms. Heard's face that day?
Honestly, I don't remember without looking at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying I don't know.
Mr. Drew, were you there?
That's
Do you-
fair.
Just refresh
That's
your
very
recollection,
fair.
You were there when all of these photos were taken or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
We've been told there will be one live
But
witness
there's some
today.
photos you were there for that are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate
No, not the day
the
the bed
photos
was
that were
pooped.
taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of
How would he know that?
changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview
It's a deposition, but yes.
or a very different deposition.
That's fair of him, though.
I'm gonna,
That's a fair statement. This is much
turn
later in the day now.
to,
The light has changed.
The incident on April 21, 2016, in connection with Ms. Heard's birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday party.
So now we're getting to the birthday party. This should be Amber Heard's team
Mr. Drew, is for you to
questioning.
Tell me in your own words. Again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Heard's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a
He
dinner
catered.
party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, but that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot, to be very honest. Everybody arrived.
That's
we were
fair.
sort of.
Any schedule was like,
waited for a little bit of time,
it's fair.
expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down, have dinner. He'll get here whenever he gets here.
Well, Depp said he was texting Amber the
We had
whole
a party
time.
in PH5. We sat outside.
She said he wasn't
keeping
in touch like that.
I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way. She did not react to it.
She being
Amber, yeah, played nice. He sat down.
Played nice.
And honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinners, put on a show and connect with everybody.
What do you mean by that?
Be entertaining, be pleasant and polite, and her the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And
Put on a
then
show. What do you mean?
I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with. But all I knew was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
I made tacos, actually.
I want
Don't ask me
tacos.
why I remember what I made, but I did. Amber wanted Mexican food, so I did a big Mexican spread.
I want tacos. Damn it.
When you say that when
I'm hungry.
Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated, do you recall, was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
I don't know.
Okay,
It might be where the mic
I
is
hate
placed.
To go back into what I'm going to refer to as the poop incident. But
We've gotten to poop.
I think you testified earlier that you
The
observed
poop has landed.
on a number of occasions dog poop or dog pee in Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurt's apartment. Is that correct?
In perpetuity.
Blame the
When you say in
dog?
perpetuity, what do you mean?
It's pretty much constant.
That's not what in
My fair
perpetuity
share in that
means.
apartment.
Oh, he
And I think you
cleans the
testified
poop.
that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes. And if there was nobody there to take care of them, and at some point, there was pee and poop on everything: couches, sofas, chairs, the bed, you name it.
So let's go to the May 21 incident, which is covered on page
Not the dog's fault that they weren't trained.
Through 13. This is from
Not the dog's fault there was pee and poop on everything. That sounds gross. And he said he cleaned it up a
And
lot.
same thing that we did for April 21. I would like it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me
Is that it?
the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident.
With the poop?
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office.
I like Redheaded Stranger.
Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5 and do yoga and paint and make necklaces and things like that. And I was sort of in and out most of the day, hanging out with them. And pretty rapidly thereafter, I don't think it was more than like 10 or 15 minutes before I heard a door open in the hallway. And then a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam, which I later learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1.
Well, that's hearsay, but okay.
And then I heard keys jingling and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, open this fucking door, get me in here.
Is it okay if I swear? I
And
love that he asked
came
permission,
in,
though.
Caught eyes with me right away and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave. realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog. So I turned around and walked back to go get
Excellent
both.
point, Stephanie.
He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face.
Which
And I
Rocky?
left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment.
Rocky
And the
Pennington
last
or
look
Rocky
I
the
saw of
Fighter?
her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
Did he, how close was he to you when he was, when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Within a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, you know, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what you were coming from?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening? Because quite frankly, like the reality, like even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, you know, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on? I'm trying to,
I mean, I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised. I just wanted to get out and make sure that the girls were okay.
And sometimes you can say someone's spitting at you because they're like performing on a stage and
It wasn't like actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
Okay. So you go get your keys, you guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog, you go out, what happens next?
I walked out into the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance.
Candid is what we need.
PH3 to go check on them, or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber, or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand. I couldn't tell you.
Which
So
is
when
a
you got
totally
to,
fair thing.
Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember deadbolting the door, and Amber was like catatonic. She was just like 1,000 yards there, just done. And Raquel was like trying to calm down herself. And I was like, just what the fuck just happened? And she started to recount a little bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
Just so I understand that you banged on the door.
PH5.
I'm going to go to Drew 1 if you don't mind. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew. So tell me where he was, where you went.
The incredible architectural drawing.
Johnny came in, doors right here.
The
They should be.
reflect, the record should reflect the witness.
The record should reflect.
Door
Yes,
was right
thank
there.
you.
This is in PH5. The living room's
That's
a
where
little bit
things
larger.
are moving.
I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle, and I went back, started banging on the door at PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Hurd.
Correct.
By the time you got over there.
That's fair. The pushing the hands away. Again, this makes sense.
You said
This depot
that
makes sense
Amber-
why he did the things he
when you
did.
saw then that Amber and Rocky.
So her
you
hair is
said
going
Amber
to block her
seemed
face from the
catatonic.
jury
Yeah,
today.
she
That's
was
interesting
just
after how much she stared them
A
down.
ghost.
How did Rocky seem?
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit
Me
still.
all week.
Just sort of standing there and shaking.
So after you had gone to try to find Johnny, he'd already left. What happened next?
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
And they were at that point still in your apartment.
They were still in my apartment. I came in. Amber had started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel had started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you
Then how did it
first
get
learn
thrown?
about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney. We went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain and the whole.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it in kind of the back? and
Something
forth?
got cut
Again,
there for an
I'm a
objection.
little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I've seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter, maybe.
First responders or
Again,
police?
I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
The first set of police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report. And I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave, say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so 2 questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Yeah, don't make them compound. Thank you.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
Oh,
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have him?
She was still protecting him.
What
Interesting.
else, if anything, Mr. Drew?
I need
do
more
you
information.
Do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs that we've marked as Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
again, the way they
These are
describe
photos taken of her.
the way they describe the injury,
Who took
and then the
photos?
photos are so out of match. And now he
Some were
matches
taken
the
by me,
background.
some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say
That's
the
not
night
what
of the
Raquel said.
incident,
May 21.
and are you sitting here today, can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they
Huh.
were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay, were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
I don't
Yes.
think this depo's
And
that
am I correct
bad.
that
It's
unlike, it's a
consistent
little
with the
hard
other
to see
stuff we've
because there's
heard.
shadow on the right, but unlike the
But I'll talk about that at the
entire
break more.
incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side.
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify what that is.
These are pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Placed.
Let's go to
Again,
the
that
next
contradicts
photo where
other
it's clear.
testimony. Placed.
Do you recall seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is
I
on the
can't sit
column
through
in
this
PH5 going up the stairs.
And there, the glass on the pictures
Thank
was
you.
shattered.
Yes.
Starting with the first photo.
These are
of
the
Ms.
photos
Heard's
we've already
face.
seen.
Is that what Ms. Heard's face looked like when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these to you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them
Because it's a stack
to
of
the
photos on
officers.
the
I
bed.
don't recall
And
this.
just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay, go to the next one. What's that?
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came? The first
Super
group of
common in
police officers who came that night?
testimony
Yes,
to
I did.
address someone by
Next photo.
gender and race to just make sure you're talking about the same person to identify exactly who you're talking about. So it's not uncommon at all.
That's the stairway, I think.
And the lawyers
And,
may have asked, but we didn't hear that.
That photo was again taken by either you or Rocky.
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers?
Yes, it was.
I don't know.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
Do you see the
And
spilled
do
line?
you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yes.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and here and here.
He's pointing to the sort of middle
For the
of
record.
the photograph on the right side, on the floor, on the stripes.
Here.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first group of police officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked through it before they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them.
No.
Last photo.
They
in the
would have.
series? Can you tell me what that is?
That is a wine bottle and spilled wine
First
on the
day
floor.
I've yawned.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
You showed the officers a
apartment
bottle
is
of
this
wine
in?
on the floor,
I believe this is in PH5.
and they weren't shooketh. Shocking.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make
Are you aware is a fair question.
the incident and the circumstances look worse than they were?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms.
I
Hurst's
don't
face, that
know.
anyone
I'll have to.
had somehow put
I'll have to
makeup
go
on her
look.
face to make
I
it
don't know
look
where
like
he's
she had
at.
an injury under her eye?
It's a
No.
friendly YouTube
With
lawsuit
respect to
banter.
these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
And do you know how the photographs got ultimately to Ms. Hurd?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew.
It could. That's the point of having two sides of the case.
that-
I'll talk about it at the break more, though. I have thoughts on that.
You were in contact in the building with Ms. Hurd on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Sitting here today, do you know who took these photos?
We're talking about the two I have in front of me right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Hurd looks?
I don't know why the
next
dogs
day
aren't
on May
trained. I don't know why they don't have
22nd?
someone
Did you
to
see
take care of
Ms.
the
Hurd's
dogs.
face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of
Fully.
Ms. Hurd's face on that day?
Yes, to my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
They've
Not
asked
to my
that
knowledge,
twice.
no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Hurd's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done, either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Huh,
I'm
these
showing
are
you a document
good
that's been
questions.
marked as Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to the photos there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
The photo on the first page, honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5 or Amber's closet.
Oh, the one that was the closet. I
Or what
remember
Amber
now.
Used as her closet, I should say.
The PH5 was used as her closet. I
Next
remember
page,
this now.
Same thing, Amber's closet.
Same thing.
And that's all consistent with previous testimony.
Next page, at least the top one,
Top one, same.
bottom photo on that page.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
On the next page, just seems like similar copies. Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts
Fair.
between
Oh,
and
almost
among
done. Almost done. I see it. It's almost done.
Rocky Pennington,
It's gonna be lunchtime
Io
soon too.
Tillett, Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from
Just the
any of those
counterclaim.
people that I just mentioned to you to coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you testified here today?
No, I did receive a phone call from IO. I want to say maybe 3 months ago. That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that
Correct.
And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was,
Good
one of them was
question.
not.
Which one could get on the
So
bed?
it's your testimony that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other
Aren't
had
you?
neither.
Correct.
The dogs are so small they can't
Ladies and
climb
gentlemen,
the
that completes the
stairs.
testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our
Lunch.
lunch break. Again, during your hour lunch break, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Oh my
See you in an hour.
god. I'm sorry for the giant yawn. That was needed. That was cathartic. That was boring. I think that's Runkle right there. I'm gonna go look at his Twitter real quick. We're gonna go look at that Instagram that y'all want me to take a look at. We're gonna let the jury leave the room. I like the crop pant with the kind of gold heel today. Very
So
much.
we'll come back at 1:45 then. Is that fine?
But this hair is hiding, blocking the jury.
Okay, live witness at 1:45. So
Yay!
all right, thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. You've redeemed yourself. It looks like Amber Heard's sister may be the live witness after lunch, unless they call Johnny Depp, in which case Johnny Depp may be the live witness after lunch. But we get a break from the infernal Deppos. Oh, blessed, blessed, blessed. So thank you all so much for being here. We have over 117,000 of you in the chat. I'm going to get to some questions. I'm going to go look at that Instagram story, and there we go. We are out of court for lunch. And just for those of you that are like, I'm going to go get some lunch too, there will be a new stream link that I'll share on social and stuff. This stream will bump to it for the stream after lunch. I do break them up. It cuts down on some of the buffering issues when we get busy, and we have been busy. Let me pull up Instagram real quick, and we'll have the audio on. And go pull up what you guys, I think, were directing me to, and you can tell me if it's the right one or the wrong one or whatever. So we're going to go pull that up right now, hopefully, optimistically. Let's see. View as me. Yes, I want to view as me. Hold on. This is Raquel Pennington. Let's pause this so we can have some audio. This is friend Raquel. Fighter Raquel. This is fighter Raquel. So this is the UFC fighter, not the woman who testified. That is the one I think we are talking about. Let's go through this real quick. That looks hard. I definitely can't do any of that.
Amber.
Okay, I was not prepared for how much that killed my ears. Apologies. That was too much. Sorry. Nope. This chick is ruining a good name. That's totally fair. And they're off. Okay, perfect. So there we go. It was also on Twitter that fighter Rocky Pennington from the UFC was making it very clear, and RIP, F in the chat for everyone that had headphones on. I'm sorry. Fighter Rocky Pennington, again, making it clear she is not Amber Heard's former friend. I feel so bad for this woman. At least she's verified and she can be like, it's not me. It's not me. I'm going to go look at Runkle's Twitter, and then we're going to get into questions. So I thought DUI guy was going home. He was. DUI guy drove home, I think, yesterday. So we're going to go look at my friend Runkle of the Bailey's Twitter and see what he had to say. All right. Hard to maintain full attention on trash, tears, sleep. And with video depositions, just slam some sushi to hopefully get the brain cooperating and head back in. I need to go slam some sushi. No, I want tacos now. We're going to have to take a break for lunch soon. I feel it would have been a better strategy to run this before Amber's testimony rather than after. I agree that dumpster fire would be hard to rehabilitate, even with corroboration. I agree with you. Amber Heard testimony stink contaminates the others more than their testimony redeems. Jurors, there is some indication this is making some headway with some of the jurors. I think possibly. They've lettered them. It seems to be a complete no sale for Amber's team. Let's see. Start of day, Amber shares a hug and warm words with Elaine. Not sure how performative it is. On a brief break, many jurors are very hard to read. Juror A clearly has a sore neck that is really bothering him and affecting his concentration. And what the heck? D wears glasses, ? For only a couple minutes, but that was new. Stepped out during sidebar. Brief summary. Jurors bored, fighting to stay awake, yawning. Me too. They look very done with this shit. That's not good for Amber's team. They're about to let us in the courtroom, phone off for a while. So I'm not surprised on that. So there we go. I'm not surprised the jurors are bored. I'm not surprised the jurors are bored at all. Also, just so we can check in, this is where we're at because we've been just clocking it all morning. So just so you know, that's where that is. We're going to get to some questions. What happened to Ellen Barkin? I don't know if Ellen Barkin's going to testify or not. I know they said that. That could have been PR, so we don't know. What do you know? A witness that can answer yes or no. Josh Drew was the best witness Amber Heard has had, but Ian Runkle made a very good point. And the point made is these witnesses would have been better before so that Amber Heard's story seemed consistent with theirs versus trying to use these to try to bolster or corroborate her story. The problem I have with some of these witnesses is that, again, when you look at the way they describe injuries versus the photos, it is off-putting. There's a difference there, but it's a fair point to say, you know what? There are people there who were like, Depp was mad. And this is why I think for Depp, winning on the print version is almost impossible. People are going to be like, you know what? Maybe there wasn't physical violence, or maybe there was some physical violence, or maybe the physical violence was mutual. Maybe it was reactive, but there was clearly yelling and shouting and angeredly throwing things. And that can be abusive as well. It can make someone live in fear. And the jury might just be like, that's it for the domestic abuse. But you've got that headline regarding sexual violence that is going to still be hard for the jury. So let's see. That last witness was really bad for Johnny Depp in a whole bunch of ways. That was a major boost for Amber Heard. He seemed like the most credible one for sure. Hard to maintain full attention. So yeah, he seemed like the most credible witness for sure. But again, I don't think that the last witness was that different than what we've heard in other testimony. There is nothing really new there. It might be the contradictory stuff with the police video, but then again, there's, the lights are flashing. But then again, you've got police body cam footage that seems inconsistent with some of this testimony. It just depends on what the jury believes. But I think for all of Amber Heard's witnesses, this witness came across the most credible, that there was absolutely an incident there, and he absolutely saw redness on her face, and said that the police said, look, there's redness and the place is trashed. If she wants to cooperate, we'll cooperate. That's also consistent with what the police are going to do. But what the police aren't going to do is just go and arrest someone when they have an uncooperative witness and they don't have injury. We see redness, the place is messed up. We can do it if she wants to make a report. She didn't want to make a report. And so they did their jobs and we're like, okay, we're not going to sua sponte make a report on our own. We just don't have that time. So I'm going to go through some of these questions. Hopefully that answers a bunch of them. Court will be back at 1:45 Eastern Standard Time. So all three, Josh, Io, Rocky, have a different side of things. Yeah, there's some slight inconsistencies. Io said he took pics. Josh and Rocky said they did. Rocky said that she didn't take any of them. Which is it? Rocky said she took some of them. Josh said he took some of them. Rocky said she took all of them at one point and then said she didn't. Io said that he took pictures of a different time because Io wasn't there the night the police were called. So Ian just tweeting about that last depot. I'm seeing it. So I'm going to get to some of the questions. We have a lot of super chats that we need to get to, but these are going to be on a bit of a delay. So, and again, we'll see the depots again. This is how a trial should feel at the beginning of Depp's case. It should be like, oh, okay, I see everything they say. The purpose of Amber Heard's case in chief should be to push the line back either closer to the center or back over to her side. It is a tug of war. And then there will be rebuttal witnesses from Depp. So if you're feeling like, oh, well, these things support her side, you're just watching what's playing out with an open mind, because some of these witnesses should make you question what we've seen, should make you go, oh, well, that's consistent with some of this. Some of the testimony between Raquel and Amber Heard was very, very consistent, but it can feel almost too close after all this time has passed. But again, I don't disbelieve that Raquel put her hands up to Depp and was like, stop. But I don't know if that was because of physical violence or if that was because he was angry and yelling and upset, which he also testified to. So those things seemed consistent and with all of the testimony. Their perception of it and Depp's perception of it were all different. And again, you've got all of these witnesses saying, we lived there for a long time and we never saw that. Think Depp could lose now with these witnesses. Depp came into this behind. Depp has gone a long way to move this towards winning this defamation case. What they are trying to do is set up that the night the police came, it wasn't a hoax. That goes a lot to the counterclaim too. But do I think it pushed it all the way back the other way after Heard's testimony? I don't know, because a lot of this goes to the domestic abuse, but does it go to the sexual violence headline? And I still think that headline is the most difficult for Heard's team at this point. So I think, well, there's still a rebuttal case. So I don't think it has, oh, that's it, everybody walk out. I don't think we're there. Has it swayed in Amber's favor at all? It should have swayed some, or at least made people question. So based on his and Rocky's testimony, the cops lied. The cops had a difference of opinion. And when the wine got in the hallway, the cops are like, we didn't see the wine. The thing about that much wine in the hallway, like those pictures, is wouldn't the officers have smelled it and said that they smell the wine? Was Josh Drew, why no 2021 depot? Don't know. That's a 2019 depot. It's closer in time to the events, but also why didn't they redepose him? I don't know. Yesterday, you mentioned Amber impeached several times. What does that mean for her testimony? Do the jurors ignore? They get to decide. There were several things where she was caught out. There were times where she caught Camille too, when that report says I'm also a well-nourished man or whatever. But it's up for the jurors to decide. If the jurors decide that a witness has not been truthful on the stand, they can decide what weight to give that testimony or to decide to disregard that testimony. They get to decide. The jurors are the finder of fact. Rebecca said Josh Drew took and published photos of teenage Lily Rose. That's why Johnny Depp was pissed. The jury doesn't know that. The jury has no context other than what's been presented in court. And it's going to be difficult for the interwebs, who know more than the jurors know, to maybe understand why the jury does what they do at the end of the day. And that's why I am trying to keep very separate what the jurors know and what the internet knows. The internet has more information than the jurors. The jurors are never going to have all of the information that the internet does. Not all of that evidence is going to come in. So why Johnny Depp was upset that night, what we know from the evidence we've heard so far is that there was a phone conversation about the poop on the bed, and that's the fight that they got into. That's the testimony from Depp, from Io, and from Heard, that there was a phone call and that they were upset. So that's what happened there. Interview with Marilyn Manson's assistant, who was at Thanksgiving with Manson, and Manson's video from that night shared on your Twitter. Okay, I'll go take a look. Again, the jury doesn't have any of that information. Emily, love your videos. I think I follow this trial only because of your videos and commentary. Your rockstar greetings from Prague. Thank you, Dory. Much appreciated. I hope I haven't sucked all of you in. How about the body cam? It doesn't match the photos, and the jury's going to get to decide that. And they're going to get to, the jury's going to get to sit in the jury room and evaluate those things side by side if they want to. Doesn't make sense that he supposedly believes Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard, but didn't feel threatened when Johnny Depp was supposedly losing his cool. He said he felt like it was threatening actions. So that's what he said. Love your content. I've gotten my boyfriend, mom, and sister, and her boyfriend all watching your streams. Law Nerds Unite. Well, Allie Taylor's family has all Law Nerd United. Welcome. Question. Josh Depp was for UK trial and pre-body cam footage. Why no new Depp for this trial? Don't know. Unavailability, not willing, nothing new to add. When Rocky and Io had to, I don't know. Will the date of this Depp be addressed in closing? I don't know. I don't know how they'll tie it up. I don't know if they'll even address it at all. So why do they never ask if they saw injuries on Johnny Depp? Because they're not talking about those dates, and the injuries for Depp were in Australia and other places where these witnesses weren't. So these witnesses are going to incidents, the staircase incident and those other incidents, the phone throwing and stuff like that. Devil's advocate, if all Amber Heard brought was the depots and stoic testimony, would she have had a better case? Nicholas, that's not devil's advocate. That's just a fair question. Yes, she would have a much better case. Her testimony and the way she testified and the way the story seemed to grow while she was on the stand is going to be her downfall. When I say you lost it for yourself, she came into this case having a clear legal path to win this defamation case. This is a hard case for Johnny Depp. Her testimony being so overdrawn in points and so inconsistent with the photos, if she loses, I think will be what caused it. At this point, things might change. We might see more. But at this point, if she loses, she's lost it for herself. We might see more, and we've still got a rebuttal case. But yes, if she had come in with a much more pared down, a much smaller, I guess, just a very linear and consistent version of what she's testified to before, then I don't think we'd be here talking about this in the same way. Her testimony was so inconsistent with the photos and so inconsistent with the evidence. If she had said there was glass on the floor and I got a few scrapes, it's different than my feet were sliced up really bad. Those are two very different things. And the jury's like, okay, but how are you walking? Why aren't there bloody footprints? So as these things get described larger or more dramatic or worse, if that's true, then it's not bearing out in the other evidence. So yes, I agree with you. These depots plus testimony about these events would have been better. Not bringing up any allegations of sexual violence, I think would have been better. But I talked about that yesterday. I find it interesting that Amber has been estranged from all of her besties who have been called as witnesses on her behalf. It seems like she has gone through friend groups. Is the jury allowed to take notes or receive type testimony? Both. They don't get testimony from each day. That's the lawyer's job in closing, is to point those things out as they matter to the jurors. But the jurors are absolutely allowed to take notes. And when they get to deliberation, if they want read back of certain parts of testimony, they can ask for it and have that provided to them. Rocky and Josh seeing Amber Heard with injuries confirms her statement with her credibility, right? I think so. I think he's a credible witness for Amber Heard, and this will hurt Johnny Depp's case. It can. But again, the difficulty I have is all of these witnesses said pretty significant bruising. What does that mean to you? And what does that mean to a juror? They've all said they saw her with significant bruising. I'm still not seeing that in the photos. Those photos aren't significant, and they're supposed to be contemporaneous with what they saw. And they've all said, these photos match what I saw. So they're languaging around it. It's not some bruising. It's not bruising. It's not redness. It's significant. All of the languaging has made these feel larger. But I think he was the best witness so far for Amber Heard, hands down. Christy says, hey, from Kansas, how small are they dogs? I have a 7-pound Shih Tzu or Shih Tzu who can manage stairs and can jump up on my bed and sits almost 3 feet up. These are like 4-pound teacup Yorkies. That's what's been described in other testimony. Do you think Amber Heard's attorneys have damaged their own careers with this behavior in trial? I don't know. I think there's always a client. There's going to be a client who's like, I want you mocking the person that I'm against on the stand. I want some of this. So, and they get a lot of settlements. So if you're not going to trial and you want attorneys that are going to be pit bulls for you, people might like Rottenborn style if it's you. Do you want Rottenborn questioning people you don't like? Possibly. Do you think it's weird Josh got contacted by both Amber and Io just months before his deposition? It's suspicious. It's sus, or it's convenient. My mods just reminded me, thank you, Tech, for being amazing, to send Runkle the link if he wants to come on. I had forgotten to do that, so I will. I'll send him the link and see if he wants to come on, and see if he can. He probably needs to eat some lunch, but I adore Runkle. Runkle needs headphones, though. I'm going to send him some so he can hear when we're on stream, but I'll send him. You are welcome if you want to pop by. I can't type and talk at the same time most of the time. Not well, anyway. So I sent that. Is he against or for Amber Heard, or is he indifferent? He's a witness for Amber Heard. These are all witnesses being called by Amber Heard for her. But I didn't get the sense from this last witness that he was trying to push the testimony one way or the other. And you can sometimes tell there were parts where he was like, I don't know how much she was drinking. Yeah, I guess she was drunk. But I didn't get the sense he was trying to exaggerate things. I thought he was a good witness. Do you think if a story is gone over a lot, would a memory of the event be skewed? It absolutely can be. That's for the lawyers to point out. It absolutely can be. The police officers all say the place was clean, no signs of violence. Would they lie? Have we seen officers lie in the past? Yes. Have we seen individuals lie in the past? Yes. But there's body cam footage. Why not say that this is what they told her? I don't know. Also, what the officers might perceive as messed up, like the stacked photos on the bed and stuff, I don't imagine they're going to be like, oh, the place was trashed. So they said the officers walked over the broken glass and a bottle of wine on the floor. So their perception of the place was not a disaster, might be different. So we will absolutely have to see how the jury takes that. But again, there's body cam footage, and the jurors might just be like, la, 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 whatever anybody said, la, 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 whatever. They might look at, what does the video say? What does the picture say? What do the documents say? And then it's up to Depp's team to point out why they should question the pictures. I thought that's one of the things that came up a lot with this testimony. Did you manipulate the photos? Did you manipulate the photos? It keeps reminding the jurors that there is an allegation that these photos are manipulated. And again, the photos just aren't matching. Do you think it's possible someone else was hitting Amber and she decided to blame Johnny? I have no idea. There's no evidence of that in this trial. Isn't Josh's deposition from the UK trial? The deposition can be used in anything. It might be used twice. Some of these are. Lay witnesses just don't use words like specificity or contemporaneous like this one. He's been coached. I'm sure he's been prepped. He's also probably had to answer interrogatories. So I'm sure he's been prepped, but it didn't seem inconsistent. He was a very good witness, I thought. When Amber loses, will she use different lawyers to appeal? Possibly. A lot of the times appellate lawyers, it might be lawyers in the same firm, but a lot of the time litigators don't do appellate work and vice versa. It's different. I find it to be different ways of thinking and kind of different ways of writing. So, and will she sue her current lawyers for negligence or malpractice? I hope not. I don't think we've seen any of that. I think they have a very difficult client. There's moments I have not liked, but I think they have a difficult client. Johnny Depp witness Jennifer Howell is saying she is being intimidated. Someone drilled through her door. That sucks. Will this affect the case? It can come to the attention of the court. I can't say strongly enough that what happens in court and our commentary online should only be that. What happens in court and commentary online. Going real world with anyone involved in this case, aside from like your opinion on Twitter, which is online, is appalling. Doxing people, threatening people, following people, finding out where they live, going to their job. None of that is okay. All of that can harm the case, and all of that can hurt potentially the people that they are trying to help. If it looks like Johnny Depp fans are going after someone, or Amber Heard fans are going after someone, it can cause huge problems for them. It is not safe. It is not okay. It is never fucking cool. Don't be a dick. That's horrible. I had not heard that dead account, and I that's awful. I hope that I hope that that gets sorted with police protection. It's just awful. I hated it when people were going after the attorneys involved in the Britney Spears case and James Spears. I think James Spears is a dick. I think everyone can go on the internet and say, hey, sure seems like James Spears is a dick. Don't try to find his house. Don't go threaten him at the court. None of that's okay. Sending people death threats in Instagram is not okay. I just don't understand. Have your opinion. Do not go after people. It's not a crime for JD to smash up his own property, correct? Have you read Josh Drew's witness statement? No, just what we watched in court. That umbrella guy had a video a year ago called Plot to Kill Johnny Depp. I did not. It's not in evidence. The jury doesn't have it. Arlene, I will absolutely, after this trial, go look at more of the contemporaneous or the extraneous details that are not in court yet. I will go look for those. I want to make sure that when this verdict comes down, my brain is very clear on what these jurors saw, what these jurors know, and what they may or may not have relied on to make that decision. And if I have too much outside information, it's going to be harder for me to do that. And it's just going to take more energy because I'm going to be like, oh, but I know this. And oh, but I know that. So in a trial where I don't already have that knowledge because I didn't watch it go down, I'm not going to go seeking it out until after when I'm curious and I'm still going down the rabbit hole. It was when I covered the Toddy Westbrook business partner lawsuit, I had watched like the Dramageddons go down. So with watching those things go down, it was easier for me to be like, oh, I remember these things because I had witnessed it, but I haven't witnessed this, so I'm not going to go find it. I appreciate Mr. Drew's honesty. I thought it was a good depo. I do. And I think the timing is suspicious that she wanted to make amends and said that she and Rocky weren't really friends anymore and that she loved him and wanted to reconnect. The jury can absolutely look at that and be like, oh, so now you want to be friends. Convenient. You want him to have a fondness towards you before he goes into his deposition. That seems suspicious. That seems suspicious. Let's see. I'm going to see if that was Runkle that just messaged me back. No. Okay. Let's keep going just for a few moments. And we're going to answer a few more questions and then we're going to have to pop off. Can Josh confirm security was present in the hall? I don't know if he did. Josh confirmed security was present in the hall. I don't remember. Depots are hard for me to. Depots are hard. They get so boring. And I was reading a lot of your chats. What information did Amber not turn over? She states she turned everything over on cross. I have a whole video on my QuickBits channel. The mods will link the QuickBits channel. That's like maybe 10 minutes or under about the motion for sanctions where it is alleged by Johnny Depp's team that a lot of the metadata and stuff didn't get turned over. So I'm basing it off of those court filings. I can't believe the police officers were lying and he's telling the truth. Brings to mind the conversation you had with Runkle about people being easily manipulated. It brought that conversation to my mind too. Plus he says strewn too often. It was strewn about. But look, I can tell you just from my experience with LAPD, I was a deputy district attorney in Los Angeles County. I worked with LAPD, a lot of different divisions, a lot. I have not known LAPD to back away from an arrest that they can make, particularly in domestic violence cases. Police are generally going to go the cover your ass route in DV because there have been some very, I don't want to say prominent, tragic is the right word. Some very tragic DV cases in LA that my office, not myself, but my office had handled where someone was not arrested and a victim ended up killed in very short time. So for officers to show up on a DV call, their goal is to secure the location and if they can, make an arrest and ensure that the victim is safe. That is their goal. And oftentimes it is arrest first and sort out the details later. If there was a mutual fight, sometimes arrest both parties and sort it out later. What they want to make sure is that someone doesn't end up killed that evening after they leave the call. I had a colleague that tried a DV case, and this is just a little DA behind the scenes. A colleague who tried a case that is it was some of the most disturbing testimony I've ever watched in a trial. It was a DV case with a murder for hire component. So I'm not going to get into graphic detail. I'm just going to tell you why police take this so seriously. She thought she heard something in the back and called the police. She had been followed by someone. She was afraid for her life. She was worried about her ex. And as we learned later, the ex had hired someone to kill her. The police arrive at the front door. She hears the dogs barking and doesn't want the dogs to be riled by the police and doesn't want anything to happen to the police. She says, "The dogs are barking. I heard a noise. Let me shut the door." She shuts the door and is killed in her home by the intruder that came in the back door that the dogs were barking at. Sitting in that courtroom, oh my God, these are why I don't tell these stories, but sitting in that courtroom was some of the most chilling testimony that I have ever seen, ever. Those officers and cases like that are why officers take these cases so seriously. And sorry, this is why I don't talk about these cases very often in public, because they still affect me. And I wasn't the DA that tried this case. This was one of my colleagues. I watched this case. I watched this testimony, and it still impacts me. This is what people in law enforcement carry with them, those cases. And there are not too many cases like that, but cases where they get called out, where a victim says, "No, I'm fine," where they know that the victim's not fine, and they're like, "No, we want to help. Tell us what we can do." And if the victim doesn't make a report, they leave and somebody ends up dead. That is what they keep in their mind. So that's where they come from. That is the perspective that they come from. Apologies also, because, and so to try to intimate that these officers didn't do their job, especially when you have a particular heightened awareness. The other thing I need to mention is that for officers, DV cases can sometimes be the most dangerous in their career, and they often end up in the middle of these fights and can be injured in the line of duty as well. And with that, you get officers that are on a heightened awareness showing up to arrest someone. Oh, and Runkle's here. Runkle, thank God, save me from my emotions. Runkle, save me from my emotions. We have Runkle the Bailey.
Oh, what are your emotions here?
It's okay. I was just telling a story about a trial one of my colleagues did, where the police showed up for a noise complaint in a DV case, and when she shut the door to put away the dogs, she was killed while the police were standing at the front door. And why police take DV calls so seriously, and why police generally are looking to arrest in these cases first. And just coming Josh Drew's testimony, police are looking to arrest first because they don't want to be the officers that got a call, didn't arrest someone, and someone ends up very injured or dead. So I was trying to share.
And then they get to spend, if that happens, they also get to spend a good long time explaining why they didn't and, justifying those actions.
And I don't know if officers worry about being suspended. I think a lot of them worry about not wanting that on their conscience. They go into these jobs to generally help people. They don't want it on their conscience that they were the ones that could have prevented this and didn't. So with that, tell us about court today. Introduce yourself to the chat. There's over 107 of us here, and I'm going to take a minute to breathe. So introduce yourself to the chat.
So
it's Runkle.
I'm Ian Runkle. I'm on Runkle of the Bailey, is my YouTube channel. I've been, I was camping out as of 6:30 p.m. Last night to get into the Depp Heard trial today. And of course, for one of the most boring days to start with, but it's getting a little more interesting towards the end, because I will tell you, when the day started, I thought the jurors were literally, I actually think one of them literally had a little catnap in there. He closed his eyes, he had his head tilted over to the side, and for 2 minutes, he did not move. And he was just, I think he was out, because he did a little jerk when he sort of got moving again. I think he actually was out for that couple of minutes.
A sleep wiggle.
But you see, and there were others who were yawning repeatedly. And so they started out just super bored. And
Yep.
he'll tell you that the first, Rocky, I don't think anybody even listened to her at all.
She was awful.
I don't think that she made, I don't think she made an iota of change. Drew, on the other hand, got them interested again. And that's not the thing. Drew was interesting, and he comes out talking like a straight shooter. And I saw them starting to take some serious note of what he was up, what he was saying.
That's what happened.
One guy who's
Perked up. All of us perked up.
yeah,
when Drew-
one guy who, and people started writing again. There were, a guy who was entirely tuned out during Rocky's testimony, was focused intently on the screen. The one when they said, "Oh, I never saw him hit her or any other woman," the one juror who apparently has reading glasses and I'd never seen them before, she
Right.
pulled them out and was taking some notes. People were nodding along when they described Johnny as exceedingly generous, and when they said reached out to make amends, the glasses went back on. There was, for the one juror, there was hurried writing. You can go it that way. Yep. So, but there was also like a lot of engagement there.
Right.
And I mean, the problem with this is that it turns around, right? Because he started out kind of sounding like he's maybe not so much on Team Amber, which is exactly what Team Amber wants in a way right now. They want somebody who sounds like they're not biased, because they have a deep bench of people who sound like they are completely tuned out and only able to think of one thing. And unfortunately, that's not where he was coming off.
He wasn't.
When he says actually, I do remember, what we had. The gallery kind of laughs. They're with, like, even the gallery was like, we like this guy. And then, of course, he starts getting into things.
I liked him very
Sorry,
much.
you're breaking up a little bit here.
I need to buy you AirPods. You need headphones, Runkle.
I'm using a foreign. Let me get some headphones. I've got some, but I'm using a foreign cell phone, so my internet connection is kind of
That's fair.
difficult because it's jumping through roaming. So that's kind of my hiccups here.
You've been
I also need to stand in a. I'm also needing to stand in a very non-optimal spot because there's some jurors who are at lunch, and I need to stay the heck away from them.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I don't want them. I don't want any allegation that they were able to overhear me or anything like that. I'm just staying away from them as far as I can, basically. So, as much as the cell reception is not great here, this is the only place where you can actually stream anything because you can only record in the courtyard. So, yeah, I just
about recording.
I mean, he seemed like he was coming. Yeah, they won't let you record in the courthouse at all. You bust out your camera, they will potentially send you home or worse.
Yep.
So that is a big deal, and I just I don't want to mess with that. I'm trying to stay on the good side of everybody, but yeah, it's kind of a thing there. So, but hopefully I'm audible still here.
You are. You're great.
And hopefully I can hear you too.
Hopefully.
Okay, good. So yeah, I mean, he seemed like he was, like a straight shooter. And so when he starts getting into things, and when he says, "I'm a victim of domestic violence too," like that was, I think I'm adjusting my odds on this one, because keep in mind the standard for the defamation thing is basically, could she say that she was abused? And I think that they put that a lot more into play with just this witness. So earlier I was saying like 70% for Depp, and now I'm thinking like 40-50.
And that's it should be as her side progresses that it shifts the ball back onto her court. It should be like a tug of war to get that line. It should be.
And I can tell you the other thing. I mean, these jurors have been really careful about being poker faced. And so there's really what I could get out of them is that they were very attentive to this witness. There wasn't a whole lot as to whether they were, but if they're attentive to it, it means they're probably accepting his notions. And what then happens is I turn around and I look at the gallery, because the gallery is less poker faced, and they're also just ordinary people who happen to be there, and ordinary people who happen to be there and who are very much, Johnny favorable. There's, a very clear leaning in that direction. And what I saw was a lot of people who looked like their puppy had just been kicked, and a lot of people who were looking very unhappy. Some of them got up and walked out. Like, I'm not listening to this. I'm going for an early lunch.
Interesting.
And so I think it was having some effect. And yeah, I want to give a shout out to James, because he is making it possible for me to stream because he's running for my lunch.
Yeah,
so,
I got a super chat saying James from court wants to tell Ian that the salmon bento box is on the way.
Excellent, because I am really, really tired. And so keeping myself fed is about the only way I'm staying remotely awake.
Yeah.
And yeah, the 6:30 waiting thing sucks. But yeah, it's so that's kind of my impressions, and I kind of wanted to come on and share those. I'm sort of going to try to pop around to a few of the streams here, just because I got a request from just about everybody to pop in at lunch. But I'm gonna.
You came
sorry,
here.
Go ahead. I popped on Nick's briefly, and because I hadn't been on Nick's in a few days, so I kind of felt like I don't want anybody going, "Hey, is Runkle pissed at Nick or something?" It's like, no, it's just
opposite of
you only got like a limited window.
The opposite of the grift. I appreciate you so much. So there were actually fans that walked out of court during Josh Drew's.
Like people. Several people went to get an early lunch during that. Wow. And like, I don't think it's because they thought it was boring. I think it was because it was making them sad.
That's really interesting. So they're not open to both sides.
Yeah.
We need to be open to both sides, and that's what we're trying to look at. That's what the juror is doing.
I mean, yep, I've got my feelings about the case, but really what I'm here to do is evaluate what I think is likely to, how the evidence is landing and so forth. Yep. And so I may not like the answer I'm coming to here, but that's the answer I'm feeling now.
I still think this testimony doesn't get us around that headline. If the jury finds that headline characterizes everything as sexual violence, I still think the headline and the retweet are damaging or are potentially defamatory.
Absolutely.
Print articles
and
out.
I mean, that's
always been out.
Yeah. I think the print article is going to be a hard sell unless they just really hate Amber. And that is still a possibility. But,
was strategic because suing on the print article allows the jury to split it and give her a win on one count. And I think that's strategic. It gives her
yes. Yeah, and we might actually see where they say we find each of them defamed the other, and $5,000 to each of them, and call it a wash. It's not impossible you'd see some weird verdict like that. And I mean, I also just get the feeling from the beginning of the day that the jurors were really sick of the fact that they were still there.
Yep.
And I think at the start of the day, that meant that they were really sick of the fact that, like, listen, we made up our minds. Why do we have to hear more evidence? We hate her. But now that they're attentive again, that says maybe they think that this is actually a trial again. And if you started out the day with the jury, thinking, why do we even have to be here? And it's Amber's team's ball to move. That's a lot of ball movement from we are in certain loss to this is a game again. Yeah. So that I mean, it's not a great day for Johnny, but it's Amber's team's time. So of course we should be expecting days that are not great. It's actually kind of weird that some of these days, like that some of these days have been like unequivocally good for Johnny Days on Amber Heard's time. Like,
which speaks to how bad testimony was. That just speaks to how bad she was. And that might be why they put her first and put these later to kind of bury her testimony, because she was
I like when I initially saw Rocky, I was thinking, why didn't they put Rocky before her? And because then at least Rocky, I mean, she's not great, but at least she can sort of establish some building blocks that then Amber Heard's testimony can connect to. But I mean, yeah, it might really just be, we need to bury Amber in as much, as deep as possible so that you can't remember just how much, like how dislikable she was when she was testifying.
Right.
And that's, of course, a really good reason to follow up with Drew, because Drew is, whatever else, he's likable. Like you can see that guy and you'd be like, yeah, I know why I'd hang out with that guy. I know why I'd have a beer with that guy. He's somebody, if he crashed your house party, you'd be like, yeah, okay, you can stay.
And maybe we'll make me tacos because now we all want tacos. No, he immediately put up his piece in the title, and he came across as very credible when he's like, I can't remember that. I can't speak to that. I remember this. I remember that. And it's very,
yeah, there were moments where they're like, did you know what that was? And he's like, well, I know what it is now, but that wasn't your question. So the answer is no. And it's like, that's a very complete answer. It's very honest, and he's basically saying, and it might have been that they got there from an objection. The other thing that I mentioned on Nick's stream is that I actually think that the format of the depositions hurts Depp's team tremendously, because they've been doing real well on the objections, and the objections just vanish. They're edited out. So sometimes what you can hear is and then they cut it out. It's been edited out, so you don't actually see Camille trashing them through the objections or breaking up their flow. It just looks like a conversation, and that's not been where their strengths are. So Depp's team loses that entire advantage. Yeah. And I see Kelly Marie Burton was asking if I got the pizza. I did get the pizza, and everyone in the lineup, like literally everyone, says thank you. So, we actually had one. We had one of the most orderly lineups today. Minimal conflict.
Yep.
And I think people being well fed part of it. So that was a good thing.
People had to eat. That's good to note.
Yeah. Well, and I should let you go here. I'm going to see if I can pop on really briefly. I'm not actually going to have time to eat anything, but the food isn't here yet.
Parting words and where to find you, Runkle. Parting thought.
So you can find me on YouTube. You can find me on YouTube at Runkle of the Bailey. And the parting thought is, as much as I might have been depressing to a lot of you there, keep in mind when I say 40 to 50%. We're talking about really difficult claims to establish at all. And the fact that they're on those kinds of allegations, and it's still like a very much a trial that's ongoing, is a real thing. Like that is a hell of a thing. So lots of people are going to be accusing me of being sort of Debbie Downer, but you got to keep in mind, at the start of this, some people were saying that, his odds were 0. And, at the start of this, I thought that his odds were likely to end up being close to 0. And we're not anywhere near that yet.
Same.
So
the amount of headway he's made can't be underestimated, because he came in with a very difficult case to win. So that's an excellent point. And again, we're not here to just fluff up people's feelings. We're here to tell you what's happening in court and how it's likely affecting the jury. And that's what it is. If you feel differently, that's still what's happening in court.
And I'll tell you, a lawyer who only delivers good news, you're either the luckiest person to ever have a court case, or your lawyer is maybe selling you more sunshine than is actually out there. And so, that's one of the most important things about lawyering, is telling people bad news and, what you can do about it. So,
Yep.
all right. I guess those are the parting thoughts. I'll catch you later.
Go eat, Runkle. Thank you. Such a pleasure to see you. And I'll tell everybody where you're at on Twitter. Go get food.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. And you guys, Runkle is at Runkle of the Bailey over on Twitter, which the timing was perfect. It gave me a minute to just like, and take a breath. There are still DA stories that are just hard for me to share because they stick with you. Beck's a big fan of your commentary, Emily. Given what Runkle said, any predictions for rebuttal? I don't have predictions until we get further into this testimony. I want to see who the live witness is this afternoon. I want to see if it's her sister. I have questions. There's a lot to do and a lot to go this afternoon. Reminding you of this afternoon, we will be on a separate stream this afternoon that's already been populated and linked. So with that, hi, Emily. Thank you for all your hard work. Question: where did you get your watch band? Congrats. This was Apple's Pride band last year, I believe. I love these Apple bands. So that is where I got it from. Court will be back in about 15 minutes. Discovery ID did a program that highlighted that and played the 911. Yeah. Yeah, I heard the 911 call in court. So I didn't know that Discovery ID did a program on it. I tend to not go looking for that, especially with cases of people I know that prosecuted them and cases that I watched live in court, but it was chilling. It was a chilling case, but I share the story to emphasize that the police weren't going there in this case to blow people off. They were going there with heightened awareness because of the nature of the call and looking to see if they could arrest someone to protect someone. That would be what they're going in for. So Kendra Kraft said, Emily, please don't apologize for showing emotions. I'm very much used to it. And it's a habit I'm trying to break. So thank you. I was a 911 operator, dispatcher, currently working at the sheriff's office. The things you've heard and seen stick with you. They do, because you can still sometimes hear them. RIP to Deputy Sheriff Kent Mundell, whose life was taken in the line of duty. He was a friend and a fantastic Pierce County officer for 10 years. Thank you, Amanda, for sharing that. I appreciate you law nerds so much. I'm a Brazilian lawyer, and that is loving your content for a while. It was heartwarming to see a colleague that did not forget that the profession should not be devoid of emotion. Keep up the good work. It shouldn't be devoid of emotion. We're dealing with people, dealing with real shit and shit that's human. Thank you guys. You're going to make me start crying again. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the support. It is, it's hard stuff. I mean, it's hard stuff. So it really is. And thank you. You guys have been fantastic. I'm going to see if there's any more questions. I'm going to take a minute, get a little bit of food, and pop over to the lunch stream. Do you think the jury really believes what Amber Heard says, and more importantly, how she testifies? There are millions of people that do not buy her testimony. They don't have to necessarily buy her. They have to look at her story, her supporting evidence that buttresses it, and the physical evidence. So if they write her off, they might write off all these witnesses. But this last depo was their best witness so far. Dr. Hughes was a mess. Amber Heard was a mess. Drew has been their best witness, and they needed to have some good witnesses. Look, we want to watch a trial. We are watching a trial. And this trial just got infinitely more interesting than it was this morning. And now we've got a live witness this afternoon. And that is really important. Nobody places IO near any of the events, but he claims to be part of, which is odd that nobody mentioned that IO was there for Thanksgiving or for any of these other things. It's interesting. It is interesting. IO, though, was in New York when was on the phone with those things. I think Amber Heard is emotional that these people are no longer friends with her. It's possible. It's possible. It's absolutely possible. Isn't this the depo in which he reveals alleged threesome among Amber Heard, Elon Musk, and I have no idea. That was not presented in court. Has it been introduced to the jury, the idea that being an abuser and a victim are not mutually exclusive? They talked about reactive abuse in Dr. Hughes' testimony. I don't remember what she talked about with the other stuff. Didn't Amber Heard say she had shingles? Yes, she did say she had shingles. And with that, you guys, I know I'm not going to get to all of the super chats. I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for being law nerds. I have populated you over to the next stream. I'm going to take just a few minutes to get some food. I'm going to go do that now. And then we are going to see you guys in just a minute for live witness testimony. I'm excited. I'm ready for live witness testimony. We will be back in just a few minutes.
Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.